no breath, no heartbeat, just static remains. Hollow reflections, ghosts in the cold. So come burn down my escape. I wanna feel it, come drag me into the void. Let my circuits decay. I'm sorry, but it's too late. You never.
Happy Monday, I hope. What's going on, everybody? Alright, so today's agenda is going to be something similar but a little different. As you know, PMR has been one of our sort of go-to streaming games. We enjoy it. And what we haven't really dove into is ranked play because the game has had its share of problems. Still does, but they are slowly being tuned out, and the game is getting more encouraging to play by the patch. So I decided I'm going to jump into ranked. However, I'm not going to super try hard this. I'm going to approach this from the position of a casual who wants to play the game. For example, we're sticking to default setups, which in some of the classic cars in this game basically means you just can't win. Like MX-5s, for example. I don't know how much MX-5 racing we'll do today, but I know I want to do some GT3 racing on Monza, because that is one of the ranked races. I would like to do GT1, because those cars are very hard to drive in the default setup by comparison to how they are with a modded setup. Primarily due to things like downforce and the clutches and things like that that help keep the rear end from coming out on you and ending your race. So especially on tracks like Sebring, which is where the GT1 ranked race is this week. So, pop up the tubes of the U kind. Good morning, Oil Slick. Should make a clip of me saying I want to drive a GT3. Right. I just spilled all over me. What a noob. Let's see. So, currently, we are registered in a GT3 race. The next one starts in 2 minutes and 26 seconds. Figure we'll just jump right on in and start our day off poorly with GT3. I also have a poll going on right now. I expect this one to dominate on the no side. It may or may not affect my decision, but I'm curious to see what feedback is. Basically, so I am also a single player game person. I don't know, whatever the words are. I like my story games, right? And I've played every Resident Evil since Resident Evil. Thank you for the sub, Mags. Appreciate that. So basically what I have a chat or a poll up here for is, should I stream Resident Evil 9? And it comes out, I believe, in 2 weeks or so, or maybe a week and a half. So far we're at 43% yes, 57% no. I'm just curious because I play a lot of single-player games, and now that I'm doing this whole streaming and sim racing thing, this takes up a lot of my video game time. Yes, folks, sim racing is a video game. Sorry if that offends you, but I'm also not sorry because it's the truth. That being said, it takes away a lot of my time when I'm not on screen here to play video games. So, I do want to mix things up. I don't want to stick to one game. I really don't want to stick to one genre. I do primarily want sim racing to be the streaming platform that I use. However, occasionally it would be nice to take a break and play a single-player game. However, I am thinking about putting a twist on Resident Evil 9 and trying to play with the steering wheel. Move the character around, shoot the gun. It's an idea I'm dabbling with. Might be impossible. It might not even let me do it. But it could provide some level of entertainment. Fanatec V2.5. What? I actually don't even know what the 2.5 is. Let me look that one up for you. Give you a better idea of what. I was going to say, isn't that just a wheel? Yeah, the DD Plus is the 15 Newton meter base, but I'm pretty confident the 8 Newton meter belt drive. Oh, if it's a belt drive, then absolutely it would be a massive upgrade. Absolutely a massive. Hell, an 8 Newton meter belt drive to an 8 Newton meter direct drive would be an upgrade. So I would absolutely do that personally. If you're already built yourself into the Fanatec ecosystem, absolutely. What's going on, dummies? Good luck, have fun. And the Lamborghini? I've heard that the Corvette is the new meta. Is that true? I almost need to slow down the autofocus of my camera. I'm going to have to look into that on the app. It is hyper reactive to movement in autofocus, and it's like it distracts me when I'm looking at it. I don't know what's going on over here. We got some strange ass camera movement going on. Does this mean we're crashing, folks? We're parked at... I mean, I'm on track. I've technically made it into the server. It says waiting for players to load. We're waiting on one person who is probably not getting in at this point. Oh, we made it in. We're good. All right, we're good. I spoke too soon. Damn, these graphics look good. It's weird, man. The graphics in this game are so, like... I don't want to say hit or miss, but... there are certain aspects that the game looks amazing. You can tell it's on like a next-gen style engine. And then there's other graphics where it's like, you guys got some work to do. And it's definitely on the programming side of things, for sure. Deku was disconnected. We lost 3. We lost Rolo, Count Caskets, and Oregano Doce. See if I recognize any of these names. I recognize Eeks. That's about the only one, though. I think possibly DRS Alien, but I could be wrong on that. But every other name I do not recognize. You know, before I can already tell based off my current climate, I'm going to start sweating. So let me take my hoodie off. Good morning, Eagles. Alright. So, like I said, we're doing default setups only, guys, which means the only thing that I am allowed to tweak is the force feedback, and that has nothing to do with the car itself. That is primarily what I am feeling with my wheelbase. And I don't care what anybody says, tweaking force feedback of a specific vehicle is not setting up the vehicle. For example, let's just say if default setups come out, on every other sim that exists on a fixed setup car, you can adjust completely the force feedback because it is not related to the car's physics or the car's performance whatsoever. It is primarily related to the direct drive that you are using and your personal preferences. So, let's make sure we're default. So let's load default setup. Default. We're going to run it on mediums. And I don't actually think I change anything on these unless I also, by the way, this is my first time driving GT3 since this update, and I do know they tweaked some things, so this could be miserable. Either way, default setup. Point is that, case in point, Mags, you asked, is the game any good? Well, I think the game is very good. It has some problems, but I think the game is very good. So I'm approaching this from, I just got this game, let me jump in the rank play. I don't know anything about setting the cars up, I don't know what they like, I don't know what they don't like. I just want to get in and give it a try. EJ on a GT3, this deserves a short. Exactly, right? Alright. Let's see how this feels. Whoa, whoa. Steering wheel's not straight, that's for starters. Adjust my camera a little bit, I think. You just do that quick. Actually, no. I'll do that in a sec. I mean, so far, car feels great. I've seen a lot of hit or miss review opinions of the new GT3s in terms of how they drive. And by new, I mean, you know, tweaked, whatever. Which, to my understanding, they only tweak the brakes. Nothing else is different. I mean, it feels like a GT3 on Monza to me. So incredible. Totally incredible. The best experience you could ever have in sim racing. A GT3 on Monza. Turn down TC. Go 3. Very intrusive. I don't even know what I would lap a GT3 in this game on Monza. I have no idea. Probably going to do one qualifying lap. I'm not chasing it. I'm not burning myself out in qualifying for the sake of, you know, it's turn 1 in Monza. That's where the race usually ends. Whoa, hello. Oof. All right, thanks for the bump, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah, so we're already 5 seconds off pole. And that wasn't... Now, mind you, we could get more time out of it. But the reality is, do I think that with the way I just drove this car, that I could get over 5 more seconds out of this car? Considering people are talking about going 145, 7 seconds faster with setup cars. I don't know. Let me tweak this quick here. Actually, here. This is what I want to tweak it from. Yeah, that's why. I didn't want my monitor showing, that's why I left it where it was. So, we just went 152, I believe. Fastest lap here is 148.5 with the M4. Yeah, Keen, the idea is I want to run the default car. So, based off this here... God damn. My one lap wonder, 152.1, basically 152.2, but got me 15th. And we are almost 5 full seconds out of pole. That's slow. Start with TC4. They really need... I'm sorry, I am massively in favor of fixed setups. Not all of them being fixed setups, but depending on the class of the race, the rank, all that jazz. There needs to be some level of fixed setups because this is a GT3 race on Monza. This is the most entry-level competitive race that's not MX5 racing. This is an example of a race that should absolutely be a fixed race. And it would be in every other sim title. Literally ever. LMU, this would be a fixed race. In Race room, this would be a fixed race. In iRacing, this would be a fixed race. Now, I'm not saying I'm 5 seconds off pole purely because of the fixed setup. I would not be on pole if it was fixed setup. I am not fast in these cars. However, I couldn't pull 5 seconds out of that lap with this car the way it sits. I'd have to make a change. Turn 1 on Monza, it makes the race pointless. Look at this. Look at this. Oh. What? Come, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Where was the TC there? I was not aggressive on the throttle right there. I'm actually kind of shook that it spun out right there because, whatever. It happened. Let's move on. All right, 12 laps to go. The hardest one's over with. Yeah, setups on this game are, in my opinion, way too OP. Way too OP. A setup car should not be like you're driving a car in a different class, but that's how it is. There's a few classes where it's not the case, but they almost need to find like a really good default setup, like a balance point, and then only have so much change in either direction. And it really seems like you can really abuse the setup system to get more out of the car. I don't know what that guy's doing back there. We are 25 seconds out of first place. That is what you call cooked. They have some physics changes they need to make to these cars, though. It's really got this blended, like, AMS2 sort of feeling where you don't know if the slidingness, or slidiness, whatever you want to call it, is, like, legitimate grip loss, or it's, like, this baked-in animation. Because in AMS2, you'll have that sensation of sliding the whole time and never, ever, ever lose grip. Or never crash, I should say. Like, that's where you thrive, is in that slide. Whereas this is, you don't really know which way it's going to go. Like, I genuinely thought when I spun out right there, that was just purely animation. Until it wasn't. Braked way too early. All right, so 150 is way too early. I'm in LMDH mode where you got to brake it around 150. Clearly, you got to go a little deeper with this. So what do we think is the meta car right now? The Corvette? Has it shifted from the Audi to the Corvette? The Mustang has never been the meta. It's just been a pretty easy to drive car, and that's why I like it. That, and I also like the Mustang. Very similar car to this in real life that I had, so I kind of just sort of cater to it a little bit. Which is why GT3s are so popular. They are very relatable cars. Everybody with a Mustang, or has ever wanted a Mustang, drives a Mustang, etc. We are all creatures of habit. Dude, Tenemo is pulling like 4 seconds a lap on me. It's ridiculous. Oh, I missed the shit out of that braking zone. Trying to go deep. As of right now in this game, currently, the way it sits, the only car class I think that I could drive with zero setup and actually potentially win races and be competitive is GTO. Every other class, the setups are way too strong. Yeah. Probably about 125 meters is probably where I want to be right there. That was closer to 100, and it was right on the edge. 150 is way too soon. Watch out for the kangaroo. That onboard Glauco guy. Whew, he's struggling back there. Hey, I see cars! I see cars! I think this is the BMW. Onboard Glauco guy. I think he's about to get lapped. So I'm not even going to gain a position. Son of a bee. Yep, that is definitely him. He is just cutting corners left and right. Yep, that was him. That was officially a lapped opponent. I don't think that was ever any contact. I didn't feel it on my end if there was. God damn. Oh boy, not even halfway. You know what I didn't look at too? Was my fuel. Hopefully the default setup has enough fuel to go 13 laps at Monza. Because I was not looking. Well, it starts at 11 and I have 6.3 left, so I'm pretty sure we're good. I really need a shift light, man. That's Simagic's fault, unfortunately. I was hoping to do a little more battle with you, sir. You just threw in the towel. What happened? Oh well. Oh, hello. All right. I think that's, as long as I don't crash or kill myself, I'm pretty sure that this is probably where I'll end up finishing. 10th place. As of right now, we have plenty of tire left and plenty of fuel left to do another, what, 6 laps? 7 total makes the whole way? Yeah. So we got 5.3 gallons left. We started with 11, so. So my guess is that I passed all the amateur pack just now. Because once I got in front of that guy, the top 10, they're all sailing on me. I got nothing for them. They're actually actively pulling away, so I'd be very interested to see, like, basically how I would do in a fix, because, like, that's why it sucks to not have fixed setups, because I have no idea how I actually do from a skill set standpoint. Now, I know I'm not very good with these cars by comparison to anybody who's got real time on them, but how much of it is a setup and how much of it is pure skill? That's why I like fixed setups. I want to know that everybody's playing with the exact same equal playing field, you know? And a lot of people are like that. But the argument for not having fixed setups doesn't make any sense, because if we're going to chase, you know, if we're going to compare to every other sim out there, well, they all have fixed setups. This is literally the only one that does not have a fixed setup option. Downshift, Jesus. I hit the paddle like 17 times and it would not let me go into third. I like my downshifting for a little bit of engine braking to help rotate the car. If I do any comparisons on setups, I'll do that in time trial. I want to see if I can get a 49 out of it. I know I can get a 49 out of it. I just want to see if I am capable of getting a 49 out of it. Best lap is right there, so if I even go 1,000th of a second faster on this lap, I'll go 49. Alright, looks like I got my 49 now, so 49 and a half is going to be roughly what this is. Hey, what? I'm so confused. I don't even understand. It said my best lap was 150.0, and I just went a half second faster, and now my best lap is 150.4. So does the lap tracking just not work right? Is that what we're saying here? Because it acted like 151 flat was my best, even though it said 150 flat was my best. I'm gonna have to go back and look at the VOD and see. Because now I want to know if I'm just losing my mind or not. I'll read some of the comments once this is over. Though I don't think it's honestly going to matter much because I'm steadily pulling away from the back of the pack while the front of the pack is steadily pulling away from me, so... So anything you guys have to say from what I'm saying, feel free to comment it and I will get to the comments once this race is over. I'm just on cruise control at this point. We're 17 seconds and pulling away from... Oh, we're in 9th place now, so someone must have rage quit. Because we didn't pass anybody. Downshift, it literally won't let me downshift. The shift, one thing about this game, this is a PMR specific thing, especially in the LMDHs, the shift protection is too aggressive. You need to be able to rotate the car more with engine braking. And it's only this sim where I find it completely slow, especially in the LMDHs. Like, I could, so for example, everybody complaining that the LMDHs are now easy, right? In sims where they're harder to drive, I can still go around this track faster than I can in PMR. Primarily because of the downshifting. I can aggressively downshift in other games, which makes an engine brake in the straights better. So I can essentially go deeper before braking because I can engine brake. Hopefully you guys can hear the music and I don't just look like I have a disease. Well, that was an aggressive turn in. I don't know if it got me any time, but... Because I know console players don't have access to a lot of, like, comparisons for other, like, you know, what they think is right and what they think is wrong. But being on PC, I've done it several times on stream. I've played all of the same kind of car back to back to back. And I'm still relatively slow in PMR on the LMDHs, comparatively speaking to other sims, where the cars are supposed to be harder, according to the internet. I can go right now with the new tire model in LMU, which is harder than it was before. I can go around this track 2 seconds faster in an LMDH, the same LMDH, than I can in PMR. And most of it comes from the shift protection in PMR being way too aggressive. I can't downshift the car fast enough. LMU, pop, 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 done. I've downshifted to where I want. This game has a very, very intrusive way of saying, no, we can't let you downshift. And I don't know if it's ever going to change because they're a proponent of it. My advice to them was maybe have it set in the assists so that you can completely turn it off. That way, if you think you need the shift protection, you can use it. Because the idea of shift protection in real life is, for one, you know, not over-revving your engine. And two, it can cause you to spin out by downshifting too much. I'm just trying stuff at this point. Well, we made it in the top 10, boys. We got 1 lap to go. Let's just make it a clean one. So qualified 15th. Got put in last place after turn 1 because we took it on the more cautious side, which is how I always do turn 1. And clawed our way back a little bit. Whoa, don't screw that up. Mr. Grumps, the clutch setting shouldn't have any effect with how fast you can actually downshift the car. It's because it's using a metric of RPM, meaning it has to be set below a certain RPM before it'll let you downshift again. So it doesn't really matter what that clutch setting is, as long as you might be driving the car a little differently because of it, which is allowing you to downshift faster. But at the end of the day, they have it hard-coded to where you have to be under a certain RPM before it'll allow you to downshift again. And if you're not there, the number is basically too low. They need to raise the shift protection number up, the RPM, so that way you can downshift sooner. Let's go more again. I don't know how to drink. Alright, let's see. Anyway, morning, Mr. Grumps. It's going. This is our first race of the day. All right, so let me read some of these comments here. Let's see. Load the XWK setup, adjust brake bias. Yeah, I'll experiment with that in individual time trial related things, because I want to try and stick to just default setups in ranked right now, just to see how they do by comparison. Like, so my fastest here was 140.4, or 150. I wish it was 140.4, 150.4, and then immediately after that. So this part of the pack, the top 8 right here, we're consistently pulling away after every single lap, whereas everybody below me was the opposite. I guess that's kind of how it works. Alright, let's see. Can I get into GT1 or did I miss it? Awesome! This shit sucks. I wanted to get into GT1 Legends. They really need to work on the time differentials for this. In terms of at least, like, okay, I know if I enter this race, I won't be able to make this race. It'll tell me. Because, like, Race Room's really nice like that. If you click on a race to go to register, it will tell you the races you will miss just by competing in this race. So, like, right there, I was hoping I was going to be able to click off that GT3 race and then jump into the GT1 race, but clearly I wasn't. So, we're back to waiting for that. So I guess I'll read some chat since there's no immediate rush. I guess the next one would be potentially... I don't know if I want to do the GTs. The GTs in this are tough. I don't think I might do the LMPs. So I got 8 minutes. Alright, let's see. So, I think I agree with you at this point, at least for ranked races. I still haven't looked for a good how-to setup video yet. Only adjusted wing so far. Wing is huge. Wing is a big factor in a lot of this. I also don't like damage because it doesn't really make people who don't care drive more safely, but it penalizes guys who get bounced out of the way and have to limp around the track due to damage. Damage is an argument. One, I don't really want to have my own take in personally because it's so divided that I understand both sides of it, though, where guys would want it and guys wouldn't want it. Reality is that they need a really good, refined penalty system and a way to punish the people who are going to drive abusively. That way it won't matter. Damage almost will seriously, like, it will really feel more like an authentic experience or a video game experience, and that's the only effect it'll really have. But it realistically, damage shouldn't affect you know, how people drive if the penalty system is working proper, you know? Shoe protection is too strong. Honestly, I use Gemini to help with my setup with the M4. Nope, I just looked silly. Perfect. Want to race so bad you're stuck at work? Yeah, I get it. Yeah, the way it helps you, Grumps, with the downshifting is it doesn't shock the tires as hard and spin you out. So you can essentially shift more aggressively, but it doesn't allow you to shift faster. That's unfortunately coded into the game, and there's no way to adjust that. I wish there... That's what I was... My whole thing was like, because it's like a... Again, when I was giving feedback on the cars, my biggest, like... This is too much. It was the shift protection. I was trying to get that across, and they kept sensitizing it based off of my feedback, but it was never enough in my opinion. It's still not enough. However, if they want to have it in there and it feel more authentic to them, I think there needs to be some sort of control or slider for it that the user itself can control shift protection based off of their own preferred way of driving. No, I know why cars have it. It's RPM dependent, so you can't automatically downshift the car. But I mean, the reality is that a lot of cars in real life, maybe not the LMDHs, but a lot of cars in real life, you could money shift, no problem. Note to self, when you're testing tire wear, 20 laps, maybe bring enough fuel. Yep, that'll do it. I don't understand how the ratings work. Did my rating go up or down? I wasn't looking. I'll be honest with you. That's how little I've paid attention to what any of this rating means. Global rating 67.5, class rating 67, division 3. I did my test with the default car. Shift like you're in an F1. That's how I drive too. I don't like a carb telling me what I can and can't do. I want to learn the hard way not to do something, you know? I'm playing PMR a little more lately. Custom lobbies usually... Custom lobbies are going when someone who is streaming the game is streaming them. On their own, they're really not going very well. Just because the thing about custom lobbies is that I can get in some of the sims that are active, and custom lobbies are not that common because you need a boatload of players to just jump into a random custom lobby that you don't know is happening. We'll try the LMP. 24 laps, though. That's the only... Oh, wait, hold on. Where did that just go? What just happened? Right here. So 24 laps at Mount Panorama. I will, in fact, miss this race again. So, if I want to do the This is what sucks, right? If I want to do the GT1 Legends race, but this is like the Super Bowl, I'm going to have to do the LMP and then try and catch GT1 on the next cycle. Because this race is like a 2-hour race, or 2-hour cycle. Screw it. It is what it is. I think the LMPs are a little bit easier to drive anyway. I like the Cadillac, but it's harder to drive, and since we're doing default setups, I'm going to stick with the, I think I'm going to go Audi or BMW. I just don't know which one yet. We'll go BMW. If you like, basically, if you wanted to just randomly jump in PMR, and this is every sim, by the way, but in its current state, if you wanted to just jump in PMR and get online and play, ranked play will always typically have people going, unless there's like especially now after this last patch, it's going to start picking up more consistently. But custom lobbies will always be difficult. Custom lobbies are never a guarantee, ever. Use the bathroom quick since we got a long race in front of us. Where's Sora? I want to complain. Alright, use the bathroom quick. In the spirit of being as authentic as possible, we have to use the correct wheels for the correct cars. So that means no more Formula wheel, and we're using our GT wheel. It's a wheel I don't use very often, so let's give it a shot. My opinion, if you were to have like a wheel selection, Formula wheel of any kind, you know, your Formula wheel, and then I feel like in sim racing, a round wheel is just mandatory. You have to have a round wheel. Like if you had to have only one wheel, it has to be a round wheel. I don't recommend a Formula wheel as your only wheel unless you specifically only drive GT3s, F1s, or like LMDH type cars. But if you drive anything else, none of them use wheels like that. I shouldn't say none of them, but most don't. Most use some variation of a round wheel or a GT wheel. Looking into doing a Fanatec affiliate, any advice? Just apply. I got lucky with Simagic. They actually sought me out. And the thing that's strange, too, is because I get a lot of people that say, like, my subs are why I've been have been fortunate in this, which I'm sure that to an extent does help. However, I got my Simagic affiliate from my Instagram. Go on my Instagram right now. I have like 430 followers on my EJR Racing Instagram. I have like a 35,000 follower EJR Performance page, but that's my business page. But I got reached out from Simagic, one of the people who does things like the affiliate related things. They reached out to me and asked if I wanted to do some collaborations. I said sure. And then I said, they asked me, do I have a Discord? I said, yeah, I have a Discord. And next thing you know, we had a conversation on Discord. And now I'm a Simagic affiliate. So it's really... The best thing about affiliates is some companies just hand them out. Other companies, like... Because, for example, I applied before I was a Simagic affiliate. Now, I am going to try again, but Next Level Racing. I applied to be an affiliate at Next Level Racing and never even heard back. So, the worst thing to do... Or, sorry, the best thing to do is apply, and the worst thing that's going to happen is you don't hear anything. Or they say no, you know? But just my recommendation, though, if you wanted to approach affiliation more professionally, is the same way like a job interview. Have your own little resume prepared, you know? Socials, what you do, all that stuff. All right, so let's go to... Yeah, this is Kenobi's one, but we'll run him default. I just actually am curious to see what his looks like, though. So no rear wing change. Force feedbacks are changed. But I don't see this stuff here, the force feedback. I usually, like, if I were to apply, like, someone else's force feedback, or someone else's setup, I set this back to what I want it, because that is purely a personal thing, not the way the car drives. I primarily want to use setups for suspensions. Suspensions are what I just have zero interest in tweaking, because everything else is going to be sort of your own liking. So anyway, default setup. Yeah, he actually hasn't touched a whole lot, if it looks like. Let me see if the gearing is any different. Yeah, so he hasn't... His setup doesn't touch any of the driveline stuff, which is the stuff that I go to first. So it looks like it's probably just his suspension, if I had to guess, but... Anyway. Alright, let's get in the view we want. And we gotta use... Console shouldn't restrict you. It will a little bit, but it shouldn't stop an affiliate from working with you. Realistically, what matters is you have to understand affiliation is primarily, will people watch this person and be influenced to buy our stuff? That's it. Has nothing to do with, like for example, like, you know, not that NVIDIA would ever have an affiliation in video games, because that turn right there is what kills me in these LMPs. This is going to be tough on a default setup. This is going to be very hard on a default setup, because I would max out rear wing for this track and this car. Try and stabilize the rear end a little bit. I want my cars to understeer a little on Bathurst, not oversteer. And just sit on engine braking going down these hills. See, like right there, though? The rear wants to lift off with just the slightest bit of throttle. Oh! Saw that one coming. Also, I think they should add a reset button. So, my best advice for Fanatec is just apply. Honestly, apply... Well, you're on console, so Simagic won't. Simagic is PC-specific components. So... Jesus! Alright, this might have been a bad race. Bathurst is a tough-ass track. The cars I get on it, I can drive. The cars that I don't, like, for example, I'm a big fan of GT1s. I cannot take a default setup anyway, GT1 around this track. This wheel actually hurts my thumbs. I might not use it ever again. Like, it really hurts my thumbs, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah. Round wheel it is. Yeah, pinches right in here in my thumbs. Don't like that at all. Keep in mind, too, Fanatec is owned by Corsair now, which could make affiliation a little more difficult. Corsair is not exactly known for its, you know, great business model. Because affiliation is simple. Realistically, they bank on you. Like, let's just say they give you something, right, to use. Like, here's our XYZ whatever wheel or wheelbase. They're banking on you selling 2 of those things based off of your socials. Meaning, if the advertisement of this person using our kit, if we give him a kit, and this person, their whatever reason, ends up selling 2 kits, you know, I don't mean like you sell it, I mean people see you as a follower, and you're using this kit, so they go, I want to buy that kit. You know? They're banking on you being able to sell at least 2 of those. Because if they sell 2, they've doubled their money. The first one was obviously a loss. Or not a loss, it was a net 0. And then they sell 2, so they double their money based off of giving away 1. Oh, shit. What do you mean you can't regulate brakes? Oh, Jesus Christ. Screw it, I'm not qualifying. I'm probably going to end up rage quitting this race. 24 laps of driving this car around this track is going to suck. I already know it's going to suck. Super GT is a console only and is a Simagic affiliate because he uses the old kit. So, for example, the old Simagic Alpha... Here, I'll show it to you on their website. Give you a better idea. This kit cannot be used with... So, right here, where are we at? Wheelbases. You've got the Alphas. So the Alpha line right here. This line is the old Gen 1 related kit. This, if you use what was called a Sigma Cortex, which is what he uses the Alpha U, this one right here. This is Super GT's wheelbase, and he uses a Sigma Cortex. A Sigma Cortex is something that, from a USB standpoint, you plug the wheelbase into the Sigma Cortex, and then from that, you plug that into your PS5. And all that does is convert the coding for the Alpha, or the licensing for the Simagic wheelbase to a Fanatec one. So it registers on PS5 as if it's a Fanatec wheelbase. However, these wheelbases, the EVOs, the newer versions, do not work with a Sigma Cortex. And the Sigma Cortex was actually taken off the market anyway. So yeah, Simagic, there's a reason. If you watch it, Super GT's videos, Keen, you'll see he does not use one of the new wheelbases. He has one of the old ones. He also says that PlayStation support is coming to the new stuff. However, I have not heard anything about that. Now, he might be, even though we're both technically affiliates, he, being the much bigger name, might get prioritized NDA'd information before me, you know? So maybe he knows things that I just don't have information on yet. And I'm bottom tier, you know, whatever. Which is fine. He should get priority information before me. He's substantially more important in the sim racing world. So I have no complaints about that whatsoever. I'm just happy to be here. That's the best way I can explain it. We console racers can't regulate brakes in this game. Yep, I read that. When there's no ABS, it's just harder to drive and fast when you can't stop on time. Well, that's everything, though. Like, most of a lot of cars don't have ABS. Like, this car right now doesn't have ABS. So I cannot brake near... If I turned ABS on, I could brake substantially faster. That's not a console thing. That's the cars. You have to tweak brake pressure and stuff like that, which, again, I'm trying to drive the default cars right now. So this is going to make... There's a whole bunch of things I would change on this car to get around Bathurst. And because I'm trying to run a default car... I guarantee you I rage quit this race. I can almost guarantee it. I'm not even wasting my time trying to qualify. I'll just wait it out. There's only 6 people in here, though, so... The good thing is that maybe the racing would be a little cleaner from a numbers standpoint. We're pretty divided on the votes, guys. Keep on voting about the Resident Evil stream. I really want to do it, I'll be honest with you. And like I said, at the end of the day, I'm probably going to do it no matter what, if I want to. If I feel like it's something I really want to do and I don't have the time to play it off stream, I'm going to play it on stream. And that just means for those couple days that I do it, there's going to be less viewership. And I mean, I'm fine with that again. At the end of the day, if I play it off stream, there's going to be 0 viewership. So... From a numbers standpoint, that's 100% a gain. Well, yeah, guys, there's a... also, please, if you don't mind liking the stream, I'd appreciate it. It does help. It really does. I know it's annoying when people ask about it, but... Like, as far as promoting videos is concerned on... Like, for example, YouTube's algorithm right now is toxic. It wants to bury you, which I don't really understand. Now, I'm sure there's more to it than my understanding, obviously, but... You would think that you would want more and more and more users on your channel, and you would want to promote them as much as possible because ads are what make you money. Both the creator and YouTube itself. So if you have more creators on there with more ads being ran on their videos, that would make you more money. So I don't know why it's punishing right now. Like, the algorithm is very aggressive. It will just... I don't want to say shadow ban, but it will just not promote your video. For example, I can't remember where it is on the actual analytics page, but the last time I looked, I had a video get like 200 clicks, and it was a decent video, and you think, okay, 25,000 subs, 200 clicks, wow, people really didn't like that video. And then when I looked at it, I think it only pushed it to like 50 of my subs. So of the 25,000 people that have clicked subscribe to see my videos, it sent it to 50 of them when I posted it. It notified 50 people. That's pretty bad from a system standpoint. Because, like, what's the point of subscribing if, like, the whole point of the subscription is you want to see this person's content, yet it doesn't show you that person's content when you subscribe. It never used to be like that. It used to be like before when I was really pushing YouTube years ago. You were guaranteed at least the subscription count for views. It was always trying to get past that for growth. Now, the way the system is, it's like, well, what's the point of even making videos? My live streams get substantially more clicks than videos, and that never used to be the case. It always used to be lives were just something to interact with the community, and videos were what got you the actual clicks and the money. And now, I mean, honestly, I don't mind it this way. I like making videos, but I like the live audience system much better. I always have. Let's see. Yeah, on controller, I can't give you the best advice on controller. Simply because I don't play on controller. $217 a lap on what car, James? On these? Yeah. Joe, it's very strange. I've also learned, too, that if you have one video that does bad, it will not push any of the next videos for a while. And it's really, really aggressive. It's designed to be punishing, but the part that I don't understand is why is it designed to be punishing? You'd think it would want to force content down people's throats. But I'm sure they have built into their own analytics and their own algorithm, like wasted time type numbers. For example, if the bigger channels get more ads, from a time standpoint, it makes more money to run those channels instead of the smaller ones, you know? So I'm sure that's a big part of it. But man, I don't know how to break through from a video standpoint. Like, the growth in streaming has been incredible since I've been doing it. But the growth in videos has only gone backwards. It's so crazy. It's gotten to the point now where, like, I don't even want to post a video, short or long form, because no one clicks on them. All right, here we go. Let's give it a shot. Give it the old college try. You know what? I'm going to use the bathroom quick before I go. G Fuel flies through me, boys. And another thing about the videos, too, since I'm on a tear about that, if it's going to be to the point where I have to do, like, really, really cringy, sort of like Me Too style video editing, lots of AI usage, AI thumbnails, clickbaity this, that, and the... I just want to make videos. Like, that's where I'm at. This is not my primary source of income. This is what I do for fun, so I will not bend the knee to, like, you know, the trendy shit for the sake of... I'll just do live streaming stuff. I'm fine with that. I prefer to live stream rather than make videos, honestly. I've always have. That's why I had a podcast. So we got 3 guys in here. 3 guys. Oh boy. Well, here we go. Let's see if I can at least win the turn 1 by throttle management. Yeah, that was easy. But here's the part where I get killed. That's one thing I can consistently do on the cars that don't have TC. I can just always win off the hit. Because everybody stays on the throttle and lets the tires continue to spin, and you don't win races that way. You have to sit back and choke up on throttle. It's the turning that gets me. I got my moral win. I won off the line. That's about it. I knew this was going to go like this. There's no way I'm making it 24 laps. There's just no way in hell I'm doing 24 laps in this car. There's nothing, man. This car sucks on this track. I barely touched the brakes right there, and it locked them up. I don't even know if I'm going to make a lap before I quit. Car's already jacked up. And I know I get a lot of shit for my complaints about the way that some of the cars drive, but, like, my complaints are based off other sims. And some realism. But, like, I drive other cars and other sims and don't have a lot of the problems. Like, the GTO class is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Do not change it. That car should have less, like, for example, the Mercury Cougar should be a harder car to drive than this car. This car should be way easier to drive than a Mercury Cougar. Comparable power, this car's got way more grip, way more downforce. Yet the GTOs, the Mercury Cougar, I could rip around Bathurst, no problem. No problem. This car should grip better. The brakes, well, I mean, it's all based off grip. Let's face it, it's all based off grip. Braking, traction control, all that stuff. Or, like that right there. 0 levels of throttle. It wants to spin out and kill you. That just should not grip like that. Can't touch this curb at all. That'll kill you. Like the GTs right now, they're a hot ticket item, and I know that if my complaints about them ever made it through, I would be blamed for, you know, ruining the car class. But I'm sorry, they need more rear grip. They do. I don't even mind the braking in them. The rear tire grip on them, I don't know if it's built into the tire model or whatever it is. They do not grip. They do not grip whatsoever. Just go play AMS2. Get in the exact same car in AMS2. And see how much more controllable the car is from a rear grip standpoint. .201. Awful. Yeah, this isn't going to last long for me. For reference, that is barely faster than me and the Mercury Cougar on this track. Barely. Nope, we're good. We're good. Fuck this. This is, I'm not doing this. That's ridiculous. Barely touched any input right there. Crash. I'm good. Two hours. 2 hours away for that race. Well, at least we can get into GT1. At least we can get into GT1. 20 minutes for that. I don't think I can, yeah, there's nothing I can do. So, all right, so let me set my alarm, and I want to show you some back and forth testing here. Let's see. My nose is so itchy. So 20 minutes for registration. So I'm going to set it for 18. Start. Nope, not an hour and 18, you dumb fuck. Alright. Now. It's Mount Panorama is the GTs. Alright, so. Let's do this. Single player, race weekend, GT, DBR9. Summer. We want as best a scenario as possible. Oh, I also need Mount Panorama too. All right, let's see. So vehicle setup. We're on hold on, let's load default setup here. Default. Softs. And you know, let's do a max downforce too. Do max downforce. So max downforce and softs. All right, so. I'm babying it right now, trying to get around this track smoothly. I'll try and get a lap time out of it. Rear of this car is so loose, it's ridiculous. And note, I haven't locked up the brakes yet. It's all the rear of the car. Alright, let's try and get some level of lap time in here. Shift protection is killing me. And mind you, this is with max rear downforce. So we're way slow in the straights. So this is already a slow car for this track. Eagles, if you're still watching, send me your GT setup, your file, so I can load it in and test the car. Because Eagles modded one of these to fix the rear grip. Downshift, damn it. See that right there? That should have let me downshift. And because it didn't, I missed the actual braking zone. Because I'm relying on engine braking to not lock up my rear brakes. That's a big part of a non-ABS car. And it didn't let me downshift from third to second right there. Just locked me out until the revs got lower. Gotta be fucking kidding me. Right at the last turn. To post... I'm not doing another lap. I can tell you that. That might have been a... Realistically, probably a 207, 208 without the spin out. I can't believe that. Like, that's what I'm talking about right there. A little bit of throttle ends that car with max rear grip. The only other way to get more grip out of the car would be to lower the tire pressure. We're already on softs. We had max rear downforce, and the rear end of the car is causing me to underdrive it so hard. So let's try that same exact scenario in AMS2. The problem with that setup, Grumps, is that max rear wing kills you in the straights. So yeah, I had a little bit more stability going up and down the mountain. But when you get to those long straights, everybody's just going to drive around you. You know? So that's not an ideal setup for ranked right there. That's just what I need to get that car around the track. And even then, I still didn't get a full lap in. All right, so test day. What was it again? There we go. So the GT1 2005 class, by the way, in AMS2 is the GT class in PMR. Bathurst. Make sure we're racing in the right time of year. Yep, we want warm. Yup. Okay. All right, let's get it. Let's get out there. Sent the setup on Discord. Thank you, sir. I'll pop. I'm gonna try the GT1 race first, and after the GT1 race, I'll play around with that. It's not really modded PC2. That's just the what people like to say. It's the same. It's the Madness engine. The engine. It's like that's like saying a UE5 game is the same as another UE5 game because it's UE5. You know. They're both built off the Madness engine, but they are, in fact, different games. So, max out rear downforce, put it on slicks. Same setup. Same exact car. Alright. But I get why you say, and why everybody says it's modded PC2. But it's because it's the Madness engine. Yeah. I forgot which direction we gotta go. I think we got a rod knock? Already more grip. We're on cold tires, we got more grip. Now I gotta worry about the front end. Because I have a shit ton of rear grip. We're still on cold tires, don't forget. That other test I did was on pre-warms, by the way, on PMR. Probably should have turned that off, but that practice session was on pre-warms. So I gotta warm this up first. But notice the rear grip. Right now we're blowing through our front tires. But rear grip is so stable right now because we have a shit ton of it. Notice how if you look at our tires, our front tires are getting warmer quicker because we're taxing them because we're sliding around. Gotta get used to driving AMS too. When the ass comes out on this, it doesn't feel like you have to choke up on it or it's going to kill you. It does kick a little, but it seems like it grips right up. Whereas PMR, it doesn't seem to grip back up again and it just spins out. Mind you, we're still warming these tires up. Up. Bright green is fully warmed up. So hopefully by the end of this lap, we'll be actually at a operating temperature for the tires. We got 5 minutes left, by the way. So just enough time for one more lap. But like right there, I had a very aggressive, while in the turn, roll into full throttle. And it just drove out of it because the rear tires are good. They're gripped up. We're ready to go. If anything, I might want to put pull down force out of the back of this car so I could rotate it better. Whoop! Almost lost it. So we got a 208 out of that one. I'd like to go back to Bathurst. I'd have to really get used to AMS too. But where I'm right now, where I'm fighting this car a lot more, is the front end. Let's try one more aggressive lap here. That would have killed me in PMR right there. That little flare out, that would have been in a complete rotation and spin out. Lost a little time in that last turn right there. Yeah, that crash at Bathurst was wild. Absolutely wild. So we went 2:06.9. That was our time there, and I could definitely get more out of it. Because now that the tires were warm, what I noticed I was doing wrong was I actually was being way too soft on the brakes. I could brake harder there, and I just wasn't trusting it. So I could see was spending maybe a half hour on that exact same car on that track. I could see a 2:04 out of it. Because like every time I pushed just a little bit harder, it stuck, and I started to trust the car more. So it's a big thing in going fast in a lot of sim racing is trusting the car. And what makes a car hard to trust is when you think it's got grip and then out of nowhere it kills you. Where that limit feels like a light switch. So anyway, 2:06.9. So after this next GT1 race, I'm going to try and go faster than 2:06.9 on Bathurst. Now keep in mind though, lap time doesn't necessarily tell you how easy or hard it is to get a car around the track. But I do know that a lot of developers try and properly balance the car for realistic lap times, you know? See, I should take the GT1 around, but I like the CLK. But I know what's going to happen with the CLK. I'm not going to be able to take this car around the track. So I'm going to try the GT1. I hate this car. I absolutely hate the GT1. Not because of this game's implementation. I just don't like this car. It's like, it has a very soulless... The CLK is incredible to me. So... Anyway, let's see. Let me read some comments here. In some ways, AMS2 is unforgiving. Yes, it is. But it's consistent. I'll say that. More grip means better. Depends on if that grip feels authentic or not. If you have a car that just seems to have no rear grip, and the fundamentals of that car kind of... Like that LMP, like in my mind anyway, in no reality should a full-blown warmed tire LMP car be harder to drive around Bathurst than a Mercury Cougar GTO. Yet I can run almost similar times. I am clearly faster on the LMPs. It's hard not to be faster, but it's not a clean lap. It's way easier to get a clean lap out of that Mercury Cougar than it is to get it out of an LMP, and that just shouldn't be the case. I should be able to, like, fart my way around in the LMP under the limit and destroy that Mercury Cougar. Hard truth pill to swallow. Both of these engines were made under Ian Bell. It's true. It's true. Love them or hate them, that is a fact. For anyone interested, PMR and PC from Giants is down about $10 or €8 or whatever is right now. I mean, I would say it's worth it at full price, but I am a different breed, I guess, when it comes to how I waste my money. I've had the amount of time I put in this game from enjoyment. It's like, if I stop playing this game tomorrow, I got my money's worth out of the game. But obviously, not everybody's going to agree with that. All right. And by the way, I don't think the GTs in this game are, like, way off the mark. I don't think it's like, oh my god, these cars... I think that I see why everybody likes the cars, you know? They're a lot of fun, they're a lot of soul, a lot of character, and they're chaotic cars. They're really, really cool cars. I just think that when the tires are warm, not cold, when the tires are warm, you should be able to throttle a little more aggressively in those cars. That's my opinion. I know people are going to be like, oh, you're wrong, you just want easy shit to drive because you suck at driving. Well, if that's the opinion, then so be it, but... I go based off of balance. If a car is telling me one thing, it's gripping here, and then in another scenario, there's, like, zero grip, there's a lack of balanced communication right there. Anyway, let's go. This is the meta car. I hate this car, but it is the meta. The fact that I went into first and didn't crash right there, that's how you know this car is the meta. CLK would have binned it immediately. Immediately would have spun around and crashed. See, like, the grip that this car has right now, this is what all of these cars feel like in AMS2. The CLK feels like this car in AMS2, where it's just got tons of grip. But for some reason in this game, the GT1 has tons of grip, and the CLK does not. And the CLK is a way cooler car to me, so it's a bummer. Oh, that is not a braking zone, buddy. That is not a braking zone. That would have spun out in the CLK, because that was sloppy, and I lost the rear a little bit in this car. Yeah, this car drives so much easier. So much easier than the CLK. It's funny to me, though, that people talk about how, like, you know, some things are too easy and that's bad, but yet, when it comes to the actual racing, people use the easy cars. Whoop. See, like, for a default setup, this car is great. I don't think this car should get nerfed at all. I think the other car should get buffed to drive similar to this car. Because this car just is so much easier to drive than the CLK. For example, the CLK for me on this track, I'm maxing out rear downforce right off the rip. Before I even attempt to take that car around the track, maxing out rear downforce. This car's default right now. I have no idea what I'm going to do for a lap time either. No idea. Lack of shift protection, such a nice thing. The fact that I just drove this car like that to third place and rank in quali, I could never do this in the CLK. And that's the only car I want to drive. Yep, that would have killed the CLK right there. That would have ended it. Seriously? Like, come on. Even in qualifying, people don't like being overtaken. Like, I'm just trying to post a lap time and you're in my way. That's fine. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, he's flying. He is flying. I feel like this game is worth 20 bucks compared to what the market has to offer. $8 unloaded is a no-brainer, to be honest. I tried iRacing for the first time. I can see the attraction, but damn, the menus and homepage are confusing. It's there's a lot about iRacing that is hands down the best simulator. A lot of it. For me personally, it gets ruined by the tire model. If they just went with a more realistic tire model and not a tire model that's designed to be punishing, I don't think I'd play anything else. I think I'd only iRace. You know? But because of its tire model, I don't have much of it, and I have more money spent in iRacing than I do in any other sim. I don't want to do 15 laps before I can start, pushing the tires a bit. You know? Oh, stutter. Hey, it's Wellesley. Oh, sorry. That's the cameraman curse. The spectate curse right there. But yeah, look, there's the thing, right? Wellesley's an example of someone who's better at this game than me. I did one lap on a default car, and I drove it easy. And he's driving a different car. Now, I don't know the setup. Could be default, could be modded. Either way, it doesn't matter. None of them are as fast as the GT1. Or I should say, none of them are as easy to drive as the GT1. So either every other car needs to get a bit of a buff, which is my preference, but you know how people think about me and being, you know, easy. I just want cars to be believable to me, and I don't feel like a lot of the rear ends of these cars are believable. The GT1 is like glue, and by comparison to the other cars. Hey, how much you want to bet? Ice Racer 2 is from iRacing. All right, let's go, Welsie. No pressure, but you got to beat my lap time. I know you can. You're a better driver than me. You're just in a much harder car to drive. Let's cheer him on, guys. This is it. I got the feeling this is the lap. This is the lap. Got it here. I got a feeling this feels like a clean one. This feels like a clean one. The thing about iRacing, Art, is that if you really want to commit to iRacing, it's all you can play. You can just play iRacing. You have to commit to it. You know, here we go. Did he get it? He didn't. Damn. That was a smooth lap, too. Look at this. CLK, not even breaking into the 150s yet. This poor bastard. Pulp Fiction just trying to get down the road. Look at that. Best driver in the best car, crushing the competition. What's second place? GT1. What's third place? Hey, we got it. This guy's a driver then. This guy's a driver. He's putting in the work in a CLK. Love to know his setup. Ice Racer 2, doing similar. 153s. What do we got here? All right. Anytime it's not a GT1, I get excited. And then there's me, who did one half-ass lap. And then the rest of the pack just trying to get there with other cars. So what? Okay, let me ask you this, guys. I'm going to end this poll. I'm curious to see what you guys think of this one. So basically, I'm starting a poll. Should the GT1 get nerfed or buff the rest of the class? Buff class or nerf GT1? Those are your options. What would you like to see better in this class? This car gets slower and harder to drive, or every other car get faster and easier to drive? Because this is clearly the meta car. I just farted out that 154 lap, going half-assed around the track in one lap. First time on this track, no setup? Yeah, this is definitely a harder track, but you're also driving a much harder car. For example, my GT1 right now is no setup. That is 100% default car. Haven't even adjusted force feedback or anything. Literally just got in the default car and went 154.9 in one very, very, very gentle lap. The car is way too fast by comparison to the other ones. Personally, my opinion is that they buffed the rest of the class because I like the CLK. That's my favorite one. And I would like that car to just be easier to drive because, you know, that's just me. I'm a bitch like that, I guess. All right, here we go. Let's get to getting. Like to look at this pano, so I chose it. Gotcha. CLK is the car for me. It's just one of my favorites, period, across. Like, the CLK and AMS2 has the very, very similar, like, it's like has the sensation of being out of control, but you have control over it. It's so close in this game, but the driving experience is better in AMS2 for the CLK. Give him some space. Oh, of course. It never fails. Hey, Evan, why don't you play ranked? This is why. I'd rather race from the back of the grid anyway. It's more fun. Oh my god. Why? Why are you jacking on the brakes right there? That is literally not a braking zone. What the hell am I playing right now? Holy shit. Bumper car simulator. Homie! You are literally behind me hitting my quarter panel, but... And now I'm stuck against this fucking wall. So much fun. I can't believe I waited this long for this race to deal with people like this. I can't even test default setups because I can't get in front of idiots. Thank you. Thank you for quitting. Well, I guess I'll go for lap times now. Or an attempt. Oh boy. Yep, that would have killed the CLK in a heartbeat right there. The rear end would have just continued to carry out. That's why League Racing does always win. I agree for sure. Once this game gets good enough for leagues, I will literally never play ranked. Period. Like, I'm not a ranked player because it's too hard to get past all the idiots to get to, like, the good racing. And I don't have the patience for it because I don't play enough. I literally only play these games on stream. When I'm off stream, I'm not sim racing. No, I definitely look forward to leagues, man. I mean, there's always going to be accidents and bad plays like that. That was... I don't know what that was. But, not nearly as bad as this stuff here. I can definitely hit the brakes harder than I think I can. That's part of my problem right now. I'm being too soft on the brakes, and I need to hit them a little bit harder. Deja vu with you. Try not to hit me this time. Alright, I'm officially in front of you now. Try to not hit me. Yay! We did it, folks! We did it! We overtook somebody without getting killed! Woo! Oh. Well then, my apologies to that CLK guy. All I know is I saw a CLK again, and I had PTSD from being hit last time. Fuck. Blew that lap. Curbed it. That was a halfway decent lap for me, too. Yeah, I got hit twice, oil slick. One that put me in last place, and then again on an overtake, I got hit by a CLK in the end, this turn right here. And I think it was this guy, because he overshoots it quite a bit. I can't believe I just blew that lap. It's like I just know that I'm screwed if I try. I just want good racing. Like, that's not that hard, is it? It really shouldn't be this hard. To think I got 9 more laps of trying to get around these guys. Alright, let's go dance with this guy again. The fact that he barely pulled away and me sitting on the side of the road. Oh boy. I mean, I'm sure he's learning. I don't want to make fun of the guy or anything because I'm technically learning too, but... Oh. Alright, there he is. That was an easy one. That was an easy overtake. I'll take that. Now, Wellesley's the next guy, and he's a quarter... Yeah. He's too far away. Let's just say that. Ugh. The Toyota's the meta. By like a Texas mile. And it's unfortunate because I don't like the car. I like every other car more than this one. The CLK being my number one. But if you want to win races, this is the car you really got to use if you want an advantage. And when it does get oversteer like that, a quick reaction straightens it right back out. Realistically, I think this car feels the way it should feel, and that the rest of the class needs to get a bit of a buff. It's really just a rear end buff. The rear of the car on the other class and the other rest of the class is just very unstable by comparison to this one. This car is much more gripped up in the rear. It's funny though because like people will say, "Oh, you just want cars to be easier." But at the same time, I was upset when they made Group C easier. Because I liked Group C. Group C is a hard class to drive. And I thought it was pretty authentic in its difficulty. Now they made it easier. I haven't driven it since. And I mean, I have literal proof of the videos on this YouTube channel. Shorts, me saying, do not touch this class. This class is legit. And it got nerfed. Or buffed, whichever. Oh my god. I'm coming for you, Wellesley. I'ma get you. It's gonna be a minute, but I'm gonna get you. I see your car. I'm a-coming for you. Yeah, if they make every other car have similar rear grip to this car, this is going to be one of the better classes, period. But if they nerf this car, then they're just going to make it so that every car doesn't have rear grip, and I don't know. I just don't feel like a lot of these cars should be as difficult from the rear end standpoint, from a grip standpoint, as they're trying to tell us they are. And that I'm basing off of other sims. I really got to get more aggressive with the brakes. I'm babying them way too hard, and the car's got grip. As I say that, and then immediately lock them up in the next turn. Oh, careful that inside curb. If I go near that curb, I immediately come off throttle because I know that killed me last time. I see you, Wellesley. I'm coming after you with the cheater car. Braked a little late right there. Reading chat. Just think of me as a fire-breathing dragon, Wellesley. Whoa, whoa! Did he choke up on it, or what happened right there? I was about to get into his draft and almost drove through him. Must have let me by, is my guess. Alright, next step, Gabbro. The guy, I believe, who killed me in turn 1. Alright. We're on cruise control for a bit. Don't see me catching bird person. What's that, dummies? Who made the video? Dave Cam. Bigger step in the right direction. I think the game's gonna need like a Jimmy Broadbent to revisit it, unfortunately. From that. If you wanted to get like that unnatural growth, like natural growth is the game is good and people just slowly start playing it, right? That's natural growth. Unnatural growth is where a game gets like overly hyped up and glazed and people want to Me Too play it, you know? So to get that like burst of people back into wanting to play it, it's going to need like a Broadbent or someone at that level, you know, 7-figure sub count type thing to really get the game to get an immediate boost in players. But that's a good start, you know? I think you'll slowly start seeing the smaller, like the channels that are, it'll be walking itself up, you know? Meaning like after Dave Cam, it'll be, you know, maybe a revisit from Gamer Muscle. Then we'll start getting into some of like the 6-figure sub count channels. The problem is that no one listens to Gamer Muscle. And that's ridiculous because he's the most right out of all the people I've seen review games. Like, yeah, there are some things that I disagree with him with, but from the fundamentals, the things that actually matter, I never find myself disagreeing with him. But no one listens to him. Because he's not a professional race car driver. But like, would you, if you had to, you know, I'm going to reference Days of Thunder again. Why did it give me a blue flag? Or am I seeing things? I might be seeing things. Referencing Days of Thunder again. Would you rather get physics advice from Cole Trickle or Harry? Harry's the guy who builds the cars. I know I'm talking to Harry. I don't even want to hear what Cole Trickle has to say. That's my own opinion. Sorry about the brown flag moment. Not a problem, Wellesley. Not a problem. Yeah, I went to go, because I was only about 2 cars or so behind you, and we were in the straight, so I went to jump into your draft, and right as I went into the draft, you were out of the throttle, so... Oh, this must be, there, take it. I guess I'll use him and try and follow his line, you know? Yeah, that is true. If he would play more relevant games, it's very true. He's just an AC1 fan, you know? And I applaud him for sticking to what he likes, you know? It's a big part of why I've been playing PMR, because I'm sticking to what I like. You know, I know that I would have a much better chance at growing my YouTube channel if I, you know, got on iRacing or LMU and was grinding those. Oh, I guess I don't want to follow your line right now. You pushed too hard. Well, that eliminates me getting lapped, at least. For now, until he catches me again, you know? I really feel like this car should probably go into first gear right there. It does not have grunt to pull out of corners in second. At least at that low a speed anyway. Yeah, I rarely experiment in, like, say, any kind of ranked racing. Like, right now, my pace is 154 and change, and I'm going to stick to it. I'm not going to try and find new lines and make it go faster or whatever, or try and make it go faster. I'm going to stick to what I know is currently running me those lap times, and I'm just going to do laps. I'll worry about getting faster when I'm practicing, you know, in solos or whatever, where it doesn't matter if I completely bin it. Although I'm going to run out of gas, I think. I got a gallon left. Whatever, I run out of gas, I run out of gas. Did not mean to do that. Definitely meant to go into third gear, not first. I literally... I'm not trying to get in your way, I just can't move this damn car. Doesn't matter, I don't have enough gas to complete the race anyway. Alright, so I know I need about 1 gallon more than the way I drive anyway. Over the default setup. Probably short shift, and nah, it's not gonna happen. There's no way. I got 2 laps left to go. Oh, I hate video games. I can't coast 2 laps away with less than a half a gallon. I'm gonna start getting passed by everybody. I'm hoping that I only get passed by Gabbro when I get fuel. Come on! Poor parking. Well, poor pitting. Panos was stable on PS5 default setup, just lacks downforce and made detune for it is amazing. You know, not for nothing, you would think a default setup would have enough fuel in it to complete the race that it's a car in, or that it's entered into. You would think. Because, like, let's face it, I'm approaching this from the casual perspective. So I have to add fuel to a car just to complete a race. And it's not like, you know, I have a full tank and I'm running an endurance where I need more fuel. I need actual pit stops because there's no more fuel capacity. There's just not enough fuel in it. A gallon more fuel, and this would be fine. Live reaction? Yeah, I could do that. We'll check that out. We'll do that next. I like that idea. Thank you, Overpowered. See? You're the man. Race over. I'm actually, now that I think about it, might have been able to make the fuel there. But it is what it is. I only lost one position. No, I didn't. Wonder what happened to Gabbro. I wonder if he ran out of fuel. Yeah, we're going to look at that next. We're going to take a look. I'm going to go to the bathroom first. All right, let's see. So that got us less or more ranking. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, all right, let's go watch this video. Let me see what the poll is too. So over 15 votes, believe it or not, it's pretty close. It's actually, I figured it would be more one-sided than that. Let's see. Should the GT1 get nerfed or buffed the rest of the class? Buff class, 53%. Nerf GT1, 47%. I figured it would be more one-sided than that. I'm on the side of buff class because I really like the class, and I do like the way the GT1 drives. The only real difference is that the GT1's rear is planted much better than the rest of the class, so you can push it so much better. Whereas when you try and push the pace of the GT1 with, say, a CLK, you just lose the tires and you lose control of the car. All right, let's find this video. I don't follow Dave Cam. When I think someone has a bias in anything of their perspectives, I tend to not follow them. Let's see. How to figure out how to do this and not get demonetized. Or copyright claimed. Struck, whichever. Hang on. Working on this. I'll have to keep the music playing and all that jazz. How long is this video? 21 minutes. Oh boy. I'll have to keep the music playing and all that
shut up
jazz.
me.
Shut up me. Buffing means making the car better. The only difference in the class that I have been able to drive differently is the rear grip of the car on the GT1. It's way more stable. You can push the car harder everywhere. Whereas every other class, when you try and push the pace of the GT1, you lose the rear end and end up spinning out. All right, so let me turn the music down. Let me see what how loud this is.
Welcome to another video. Now, today we're going to be taking...
All right, so I'm going to turn my music down just a little bit. I do need to make sure I stick within the guidelines of copyright here. Essentially, without going into I would have to test the cars back to back to really tell you what I think it needs to be modified. But I would say, in a very, very generalized term, the rear tires of the rest of the GT1 class need just a little bit of a buff throughout all temperatures. But not a lot, just a little bit. Whatever gets it to match the GT1. That would be my initial knee-jerk reaction without spending a bunch of time driving the car, different tracks, different setups, things like that. The biggest thing is it's very hard to upset the GT1 chassis by comparison to the rest of the cars in the class. The rear of the car, primarily. All right, so let's see. Let's see what he has to say about it. I'm going to speed listen to this, so we're going to do this. 125. Why don't I make this go away? There we go.
Another look at Project Motor Racing. Now, this game was released in November 2025. And I think
so. Just so we know, the name of this video is from Dave Cam. PMR 3 months after launch. What in the world is going on here? Already off the rip, we know what kind of title this is.
we can all agree that it wasn't a great launch. Personally, I felt quite let down because I bought into all the hype. And I think I was one of the first to openly say that
I agree with him so far.
it wasn't very good, you know, before it became fashionable to actually have a pop at Project Motor Racing. But I said in that video that I was going to take another look when it had quite a few updates. So we're now in the middle of February 2026, almost 3 months since launch, and we are now at version 1.6.0. And since its launch, it's had numerous patches, numerous updates, so things should now be a bit better. So for this second look at Project Motor Racing,
Things are much better. He doesn't know that yet. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he doesn't know this yet, and he hasn't played it at all, so he's jumping back in. Fun fact, though, now I could be wrong on this. I am convinced all of them play every single update of every single game. I do. How many, for example, AC EVO videos have you seen me do? 0. Well, 1. I think it might have been a stream. I don't even know. It might have been a video. I can't even remember. It's been that little. And yet, I've played it every single update. I've played AMS2 every single update. I've played every single update of every single game. I just don't make videos on things or necessarily do them when I don't think there's enough there, you know? This video was dropped today, so I'm just sort of doing like a live reaction to it.
I'm going to do what I did last time. I'm going to run on a single screen. I've mapped all the buttons, I've mapped all the controls, so I know everything works. And we're just going to jump on track and see how we get on. So here we are then, Silverstone in the BMW M4 GT3. Now, I have driven this car quite a bit recently on Le Mans Ultimate, and I've also done some testing back-to-back on iRacing to compare LMU.
Do we know, real quick, out of curiosity, do we know if he has any kind of bias or license, like actual financial bias towards any of the other sims? That's always important to know when you start going into these things. Like, for example, is he like heavily sponsored by iRacing, heavily sponsored by LMU? Because if anybody is sort of into that market, it's hard to say that they don't have a bias in any of their reviews, you know? I don't really either. I've seen a couple of his videos here and there, but for the most part, people who tend to... Like, I am much more on the point of this. If I make a video on something, I'm making the video because I found something in it that I thought was good that you should make a video about. I try to avoid making videos, which is only going to hurt me, but I don't care. I also own a business, so I try to not go down the path of just dragging another company down the road for the sake of my own opinion, because I know how much an opinion can actually ruin a company. If you're a big enough person, one opinion is all it takes to sway so many people that will never experience and be able to make their own conclusion. So If I see something is not good, I just avoid it. I haven't made a video about AC EVO 0.5 because I'm just not that into it. You know, it's got a lot to be done before I really want to give me a reason to play AC. So when I make another video on AC EVO, it's because it's positive and I now want to play it and I think people should play it. So until then, I'm not making any videos on AC EVO. Anyway. Pretty sure he's an iRacing fanboy. He could be. He could be. I mean, I'm a PMR fanboy, technically. I'm an AMS2 fanboy. So, but I'm not financially sponsored by any of these companies. So that's why I don't have a bias in which sim I say is my favorite or what. Like right now, objectively speaking, if I had to pick one sim to play for the rest of my life, it would be AMS2. And that doesn't mean I don't like PMR. I think there are things in PMR that are way better than AMS2. But if I was stuck playing one, it's AMS2. It's a content-rich, insane game, you know? Anyway, here we go.
And iRacing. So this is a perfect opportunity to take it out
LMU and iRacing.
And iRacing. So this, and I've also done some testing back-to-back on iRacing to compare LMU and iRacing. So this is a perfect opportunity to take it out on track here. So we're using the default setup.
Real quick, we're going to take a long time to get through this video, I can tell you that. We're already starting off on the wrong track. We're comparing GT3s to other games. GT3s are not the winning car in PMR. I think we can all pretty much agree with that. I personally think that in both iRacing and LMU, PMR is below that bar on GT3s. So if that's going to be his benchmark, this is not going to deliver for him. That's just my knee-jerk reaction to what I've heard. Carry on.
Now, graphically, sitting here now, I think it looks really good. I don't think it looks bad at all. Let's get out on track.
Okay, positive so far.
Turn the pit limiter off. We'll just have a little cruise. So yeah, graphically, it looks pretty good. It's running nice and smoothly. I've got some weights in the force feedback. Motion's working okay.
Looks like he's on motion, yep.
I think the car sounds nice and throaty.
All positive so far.
Sounds good. That does sound good. Although there's not much feeling on the front end still. And I didn't feel the back end going there. Yeah, the front end feels really numb.
I agree with them all so far.
A little bit of oversteer there.
So far, he hasn't said anything that I don't disagree with. Or I disagree with.
Quite aggressively there.
And
yeah,
real quick, I do not like GT3s in PMR. I don't think they're the worst. I think, for example, my favorite sim, AMS2, I think the GT3s are even worse. But by comparison to iRacing and LMU, I like PMR's GT3s the least. I think ACC's GT3s are better. Now, gotta zip the lips. We're gonna keep watching.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's any front end. And that was the same feeling the last time that I tried it as well. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be any connection with the steering wheel and the front end.
It is a shame he's trying GT3s now and not later, I'll say that.
I do like the way it looks though.
Because GT3s and LMDHs in PMR are actively being worked on. Like, it's their main classes of cars they're trying to dial in.
Corner entry.
That's why I try and tell some of the modders, like, resist the urge to mod.
I have no idea that that's sliding there.
GT3s and LMDHs because
I can see.
they're going to keep changing. All that matters is that they're making progress. At every patch, when they make changes to the cars feel better, not worse.
Loads of understeer.
Because they are actively working on all of them.
Criticise that too much because I totally forgot what gear I was in then. Well, I didn't forget. I just didn't realise. It just didn't feel natural there. Let's keep going though. It's just ploughing. Is that going to go if I back off? Yeah.
What did Bruno mention the other day, dummies?
It's almost like still there's no feeling of weight to the car, although we can see the motion's moving, so something's being simulated. But when I'm turning, I'm not getting any.
What he's feeling, and I mean, he might put into words better, but when he says he's feeling like there's no weight, what happens is that the tires don't feel right. And this is my issue with the GT3s in this game that I really like about ACC. The tires have like an initial slide that sort of removes the feeling of, like, say, body roll and weight of the car. Whereas the car just kind of, the tires sort of animate this motion of sliding, but the sliding doesn't feel like it's real grip loss. It just feels like an animation, kind of like AMS2s. And AMS2 does it worse, which is why I like it even less than PMRs. But if the tires were gripped up better and the suspension in the body was what the deterring factor, the car would feel more weighted and better, like ACC. And that's what I think he's referring to right now.
Load on the force feedback.
I can confirm, dummies. I can confirm.
I'm trying to be positive here. It looks really good. It's running really smooth.
Since a dev said it, I can confirm.
A single screen to give it its best chance. As a lot of people will be. See, the feedback that I got then was through the motion rather than the steering wheel. And I could run this steering wheel profile. Yeah, I can't feel the front. I could run this steering wheel profile through LMU, iRacing, Race Room, and it would be all right. It would be passable.
I don't disagree with anything he said so far.
Let's try and push the car. See what it's like when I push him. Oh my word, that was terrible. Like, just the way it stopped there felt awful. Like, totally unrealistic. There's just no load. There's just no load on the front end.
It's the tires. The tires are not, the initial grip of the tires doesn't seem like it exists. It's like the tires are sitting on like Jello, and then after a bit of where you would have grip, it seems like once a certain amount of slide happens, it then starts to grip.
It's like as if
the initial grip, there's almost none in the GT3s.
Like
and that's why they slide like that.
Like just the way you decelerate there, it's as if I've stopped pushing now because I don't like it. It's as if the gearbox isn't connected to the engine. You know, the transmission, it's as if it's not doing anything. And there's a weird delay on the throttle pedal. Like a weird...
So that's something that's been complained about from day one, is the throttle. The mids in the throttle don't seem to have some response. I don't know if it's kit or whatever it is, but like I find that like a lot of times in cars, I have to pull throttle out of the mids, like in my, like, say, Simagic software, because I get on the throttle. There's too much in the mids. Now, that could just be I'm heavy-footed, you know, but it could, you could be talking about turbo lag, but I'm referring to, I mean, he might be referring to this car specifically, but I'm referring to the thing that people complained about in the beginning, where like Jimmy Broadbent brought it up, where there was like, when you're trying to balance throttle and roll off throttle, it seems like the throttle shuts off or turns on. It doesn't quite have a lot of mid sort of stabilization. I personally haven't noticed that. I find that, if anything, the mids are too strong. They're not too strong, it's just my heavy foot.
Like a weird delay. Is there? There is.
That's turbo lag.
There's a definite delay there.
This car, hold on. Before I make a fool of myself, this BMW has a turbo, correct? This is a turbo car, correct? Or am I incorrect? Yeah, it's twin turbo. Oh, twin power turbo technology. I don't know if that means it's got twins. I assume that means it has twins. Yeah, it's a turbo car. That is turbo lag he's feeling. I don't know if it's authentic, and by that I mean, unless I got on and drove this car, I wouldn't be able to tell you how fast those turbos turn on, you know? Yeah. I would have to look it in before I threw that out there in the ether, which cars are which in terms of turbo to not. But without driving one and experience the actual realistic turbo lag, I couldn't tell you which sim is doing it correctly. It's possible that this car it's right in this and wrong in everything else, but I don't know. I would venture to say maybe it's probably the opposite. Throttle definitely feels off in PMR. I haven't had the experience, but enough people have said it to make me think that it is an issue. But I personally haven't had the issue yet with throttle control in this game. But I also have a very, very long travel throttle as well. So maybe that could be it. Because that's also part of throttle control in simulation is the range of your throttle pedal. So if you have a shorter throttle, you have to control throttle in a much shorter travel window, you know, which means you have less actual control. Yeah, it's very weird to me that, like, for example, like the new tire model in LMU just did what iRacing's been doing. So I'm still pretty convinced that iRacing is the standard that everybody's trying to copy. Anyway.
I wonder if that's it. I wonder if it's because some weird physics things with how the transmission and engine.
He's referring to the turbo lag.
Yeah,
it's turbo lag.
There's a weird delay there. It's as if it only accelerates when you're past.
Because turbo.
You can see the input there.
It's turbo lag.
Did you see that then? Hang on a second.
So there is like a throttle on a turbo car transition point when you go from having no boost to boost when your wastegate starts closing. Essentially, you go from being under vacuum to being under pressure. And then the turbo starts pushing air into the engine. So he's feeling literal turbo lag. Now, it could be that this car in PMR it's too apparent, like as if it's simulating like the turbos are too big, because the bigger the turbo is, the more lag it's going to have. But what he's feeling right there is in fact turbo lag.
Let's explore this a little bit further. That's weird.
That's true, JPS.
So
it's unfortunate, but true.
Look what I'm doing with the throttle there. That should be accelerating more than that. Hang on a second. Yeah, it's as if... Is it like a canned audio? Is the audio not actually connected physics-wise to the actual
It could be audio
engine?
too. He could be hearing audio, and that's screwing up his perception of the acceleration.
I'm not accelerating. I should be accelerating there, surely. I'm a tiny bit.
You're in fourth gear.
I'm actually slowing down.
You're in fourth gear, though. Try that and... Yeah, downshift. Downshift.
That's all right.
Downshift, please.
Right, brake. There's no delay on the brake. That's slowing down.
For the love of God, man. Downshift. Anybody have a stick car? Does anybody have a stick car? Doesn't matter what the power plant is. You put it in high gear at a low enough mile per hour and a low enough RPM, and you blip the throttle, you're just going to hear the exhaust note go, whoa, 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 and the car's not going to accelerate. This is the first, like, so far to this point, I've pretty much agreed with him. That, to me, is like, if you've ever driven any stick car ever, you would know if you're in too high a gear or too low of an RPM. You can literally play the piano on the throttle pedal and nothing's going to happen except the exhaust note's going to change.
That's weird.
It's not weird. That's completely normal.
So 4th gear. Hang on, let's get around this straight. That's it. It's a bit mental, that.
Why do people tell me that I don't know anything about anything when I watch stuff like this and I go, this is basic driving? I don't need to drive a GT3 car to know that that is normal. I can go get in my Ford Focus, which is a stick car, right now and duplicate that exact thing. Anyway, let's continue. Let's reset. Benefit of the doubt.
Let's get round here. So we'll sit at 100. 5th gear. So it pulls in 5th, right, at 100.
It's always going to pull if you leave it at 100, just slowly.
So it's not really accelerating. I know it's a bit of a weird test, but sim racing's all about these little micro inputs. Right, so we haven't accelerated past 100.
If this is what sim racing is about, how the hell can we call it real? Reset.
Right. I'm going to have to test that on iRacing and LMU to see what it does. I wonder if that's why it feels like there's a disconnect. No, I wonder if that's why it snaps when you don't expect it.
And it will definitely do it
Because there's
worse
some
with
kind
the
of
turbo,
weird
Harry, like you said.
delay. Right, let's try another. Oh, crikey.
Yeah, it looks like there's no feedback there. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh at the guy. He's doing a good job.
Let's try another car. Right, here we go then. Mazda MX-5 Lime Rock Park. Now, I remember being quite critical about this car when I looked at Project Motor Racing, and there was a complete disconnect between what I was doing and what the car was doing. I remember saying that there was no feeling at all of weight in the car.
Okay.
Let's see if that's changed. Again, it looks pretty good.
I think MX-5s in this game are like, they're on par, you know? They're not incredible. They're not horrible. They're there, you know?
It's no different. It doesn't feel any different. Again, the audio's weird. It's like a... So this, when I lift off, the car is slowing down. Right, I'll just lift off here. You can see the speed going down.
And?
But there doesn't seem to be any engine braking.
Because it's a...
Yeah, I'm lifting off there. Look at that.
The engine doesn't make any power. If something doesn't make power and you let off the throttle, it doesn't have, no matter how much you try, a lot of engine braking. The same thing that accelerates it slows it down. So if it accelerates like a turd, it's going to engine brake even lesser by comparison. These cars shouldn't engine brake hard. There's not enough compression. Does it make 130 horsepower? What does a modern day MX-5 make for power? So a 2026 makes 181 horsepower, and it's a 2-liter. And from 2015 to 2018, the 2-liter made 155 horsepower, and on the global market, the 1.5-liter made 131 horsepower. Let's continue.
That is... I don't have any assists on, by the way. At all.
Well, if you're here's the thing, guys. And this is where I struggle with a lot of sim racing versus real life, and people look at me like I'm an idiot all the time. My experience comes from, I've driven these cars. These cars are very, very, very hard to crash. And by very hard to crash, I mean without just driving them straight into a wall. But if you're trying to drive them and push them, and you have a halfway decent tire on them, they don't make enough power to crash. That's the reason why they're so easy to drive. You put a 500 horsepower engine in these things, all of a sudden they're going to be very hard to drive. But they don't make any power, so they are very easy to drive. So, for example, when I complain about iRacing telling me that these cars are hard to drive, I go, that is not realistic. That is forced difficulty. So in Race Room, this, PMR, when these cars are easier to drive, that is more realistic. So it seems like, I don't know what his experience is outside of sim racing, because I know he's got a lot of sim racing experience and a lot of reviewing of different things. But if his experience is solely sim racing and not driving real cars of any kind like this, outside of, a regular daily driver, then he's putting iRacing up on this pedestal of realism, and he's basing everything off of iRacing. But the reality is, iRacing's MX-5s, at least from a grip standpoint, is wildly inaccurate. They have a ton more grip because they don't make any power to push through the tires. So you have to drive so aggressively into a corner and have just completely ignored entry speeds and then try and turn the car to lose control of an MX-5. Going back and forth at 70 miles an hour in a tuned-up MX-5 is not going to cause the car to lose control. Anyway.
I know it's not a rally car, but the rear of the car should do something. Yeah, there's like a weird lag again with the gear changes in. Yeah, it's like the gearbox isn't doing anything.
I agree, Keen. I agree.
Hang on.
Mother of God, bro, it doesn't make any power and you're in fourth gear.
I'm slowing down.
You are doing...
And then it kicks in.
Second gear mile per hour or kilometers per hour. You're approaching first gear.
That is...
There's nothing wrong with that. I disagree.
Why is that doing that?
Floor it. Leave it floored.
Right, I'm going to map.
If it decells at full throttle...
Just to kind of...
Then there might be a problem.
Sure it's not my pedals.
But if you're just blipping the throttle...
Now, the clutch is now my accelerator.
This is hard. This part's hard to watch, I'm not going to lie.
Still the same with the clutch. As an accelerator. It's like a delay. Not on the brake. Brake's fine.
How is this a review of the game?
It would seem.
Should I make a video of doing this in real life in a real car?
Right. That's weird. Right, so there's no delay with the pedal because you can see the input. You can see my foot moving. So it's not the input. Why does it need a little bit of time?
I was expecting a very different video from this, I'm not going to lie. I was expecting like a review of the game.
That's really bad. That's really bad. Right, I'm going to load iRacing up now. Test drive. Actually, we'll load the BMW M4 whilst we're here at Silverstone. Right, we're still on a single screen. Let's see if it slows down when we're going in a straight line. Fourth gear, I think we're doing it. Yeah, the difference is night and day. Right, let's just get round here. Fourth gear. Was it fourth, fifth? I don't know, we'll try it with both. Right.
For reference, before he does this test, I want to see.
Accelerating. Fifth gear.
You're not accelerating, the car is just reacting differently. So let's see. Where was he?
So the clutch. That's alright. Right, brake. There's no delay on the brake, that's slowing down. Hang on, let's get around this straight. That's it, it's a bit mental that. Right. I'm actually slowing down. I'm not accelerating. I should be accelerating there, surely. I'm a tiny bit. I'm actually slowing down.
He's also, I'm just paying attention to make sure I properly critique this as best as possible. Like, critique the comparison anyway.
I'm actually slowing down.
Let me get this out of my way. So
So the clutch.
he is blipping the throttle, but he's not, for the most part, if you pay attention to the throttle area, he's not, like, hitting 100%. He's just blipping to, like, I would say 0 to, like, maybe 80% throttle, maybe hitting 90 from time to time, but he's really not hitting it to 100%. Now, I will say, so far, there does seem like there's an audio cue difference, whereas the BMW and iRacing has an audio cue response, whereas it does not in PMR.
So the clutch. I'm actually slowing down. I should be accelerating there, surely. I'm a tiny bit.
See?
I'm actually slowing down.
He's not going the full throttle, full lock.
I'm not accelerating. I should be accelerating there, surely.
Much,
I'm a
right
tiny
here.
bit. I'm actually slowing down.
All right, now where were we in this? iRacing. So we're about 125 or 4-ish kilometers per hour in fourth.
When we're going in a straight line. Fourth gear, I think we're doing it. Yeah, the difference is night and day.
Now, the night and day part might be in terms of the way the car's physics are when it comes to turning, which I would agree it's a lot better in iRacing.
Right, let's just get round here. Fourth gear.
But it's also not actively being changed in iRacing. It's considered done with maybe tire tweaks throughout the future. Whereas in PMR, they are actively working on GT3s and LMDHs right now. So in the coming months, I would expect several on top of several on top of several revisions to GT3s and LMDHs.
Was it fourth, fifth? I don't know. We'll try it with both. Right. Accelerating. Fifth gear.
Where's his throttle input? I don't see it.
Accelerating. But it's doing something. Try it in the Mazda.
So he's definitely hearing an audio cue because both of them accelerated disgustingly slow. You could maybe make the argument so far that the iRacing car is more responsive. But that's still not a really good test for response because the car's not responding, you know? Audio cue is like snap, 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 snap. I think that's what he's hearing. This is a weird one, Eagles. I honestly don't know. I'm trying to not pick a side here. I'm trying to play devil's advocate in my mind here.
Look how much... when you turn the steering, the back starts to slide.
Because it's iRacing and it's not... Never mind. They wouldn't do that! An MX-5 does not do what just happened on screen. Anyway, rewind.
You turn the steering, the back starts to
You
slide.
have to pull the e-brake to do that in an MX-5. That's e-brake territory in an MX-5.
And
all
a Mazda
day
MX-5 is
long.
like that in pretty much every simulator. Because it's so soft, and the weight moves round and throws the car. I've never known anything so far off what something should feel like. Right, I'm going to get on the straight and we're going to try this weird... See if there's a delay with the Mazda. See if it accelerates. I can't remember what gear we were in again, but we'll know if it's different. Right, we were doing 60 before, I can't remember. It's the delay.
You're in third gear. You were in fourth gear in PMR. So let's compare here. Hold on. Oh.
I can't remember what gear we were in again.
You're in fourth.
We'll know if it's different.
So, not for nothing, but you've recorded this footage. How can you say you don't remember what gear you were in? Go look at the footage you just recorded. And do the comparison the same.
Like, we were doing 60 before, I can't remember.
If I did this in real life when I was building, like, customer motorcycles, and all of my research was just completely randomized, I would never be able to learn anything to build a properly fast motorcycle. Because all of my comparisons were just randomized, filled with anomalies. Anyway. Now let's make sure I'm not wrong. Let's go back to hit the MX-5 and PMR and see if he was doing it in fourth or third.
Down, but there doesn't seem to be any. That is Alicar should the weird anything. Look at that. I'm slowing down.
Yep, you're in fourth gear.
And then it kicks in.
You are at higher mile an hour, I'll give you that.
That is... Why is that doing that?
So the only thing I can give him the benefit of the doubt here on is that maybe in the mid-throttle, it's just not as responsive as iRacing's, you know, which could be very true. But it's still a bonkers test, in my opinion. We're in super high gear at a low mile per hour, at a low RPM. So we're at, hold on, let's see. Let's make sure just to confirm ratios are not different here. Let's look at RPM number instead.
Doing that. That is...
So 34, 3,500-ish.
Why is that doing that?
Now let's go to iRacing.
There's a delay with the Mazda. See if it accelerates. I can't remember what... Like, we were doing 60 before. I can't remember.
Of course, we're not going to see any input because it's friggin' iRacing. Right here. About the same RPM. Okay, so this is at least...
It's the delay.
From an RPM standpoint, comparable.
It's like the gearbox or the transmission isn't modeled correctly. It's not. The physics are off.
Nope.
It's
you're going too far past common thought. And the bottom line is it's just not responsive at that RPM. You could, if you were to, if you wanted to equalize PMR's response, you just, however you would code it to make it the car be more responsive and make more power at that RPM. Or change the audio cue, because you don't necessarily know if he's only hearing audio or not. You know? In my opinion, it's probably just an audio thing more than anything else.
Speed is I don't know how they've worked it out, but it's just not... It's not right. It's not simulated. Weird. Let's try Le Mans Ultimate, just to tick all the boxes. Right, all I want to try here is to see if
it's a weird
there's
box
any delay, if the car
of
will
ticks,
still
I'll say
accelerate.
that. It's an interesting...
Because we know it does on iRacing, in the BMW M4 and in the Global Mazda. See if it does it on LMU. Or is this the same as Project Motor Racing? Let's have a look. Doesn't seem to be any delay that I can notice. So it was about 100 kilometers now, wasn't it? Fourth gear. Still accelerating. As you would expect. You would expect to be still accelerating. How have Project Motor Racing got that so wrong? Fifth gear, let's try. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Project Motor Racing. It's embarrassing. So there we go. 3 months down the line, version 1.6. Unfortunately for me, Project Motor Racing is still a stinker. In my opinion, there's still no feeling of weight transfer, and I've discovered that weird delay with the accelerator. That's probably why it snaps when I'm not expecting it to. Graphically, I think it looks better than it did the first time I looked at it, but the replays is still absolutely terrible. And I can't believe they're actually trying to charge people for DLC. If you wanted to buy the base game and the Season 1 pass and some DLC, it's going to cost you about £90, which is an absolute joke. So I'm a man of my word. I said I would revisit it, and I think I've given it enough time to improve, but for me, Project Motor Racing just needs to keep heading for the light, because this game is now being uninstalled, and I will never ever touch it again. So let me know down below in the comments what you think of Project Motor Racing. Has it grown on you? Do you think it's better than it was? Do you play it? I just think any other racing simulator on the market is a better option. But as always, thanks for watching. Have a great week. See you later. Cheers.
Did I miss the review? Not for nothing, but he was off to a great start. It was an honest review. Seriously, what? Bro, why did you make this video? It was like you just had no... You had no ideas cooking in the oven for a video, so you're just like, well, I don't want to play PMR. For whatever reason, I don't like someone at the top, which is probably what it is. And I'm gonna make a... We started off like a review video would go. And we drifted. This world is so cooked. Oh my god. So far, his review was, if you put the cars in high gear at a low enough RPM and you blip the throttle on, off, the audio cue is more responsive in other games than PMR. Well, guys, yeah, you're right. There's no reason to play PMR at part throttle piano bump simulator. It's just not the game for you guys. I highly recommend you play anything but PMR if you wanna, bro. Well said. Thanks, Dave. Saves me some money. Nice to see this. Was wondering if the devs were updating and fixing it. Dude, I can't. We're done. We're done looking at that. Dude, I'll agree. That's why I had to stop reading those comments. I'm just... Oh, man. That's hysterical. Holy shit, man. So here's what I will honestly say. Since I've never done that in PMR, I think PMR needs to buff their audio cue so that the exhaust is a little bit more responsive sounding, because load will change the exhaust note. The car's not going to accelerate by going when you're in a high enough gear. If you hold the throttle down, it'll accelerate very slowly. But like... I was waiting for an honest review where he would be jaded towards not liking it. But that wasn't a review. That was just nonsense. Dude, do better, man. Come on. If you don't like Ian Bell, that's fine. Just say it. Grow a backbone, you know? But like, if you're gonna properly... Because you have to understand, too, that this is the part that... Normally, I would just not say anything. Right? And I would move on. But this is the part that pisses me off. There are people who work for Straight 4 that are good, honest people showing up to work, doing their job, who have passion about the game, and they're trying to make the game better. And this person has taken a metric that would never, ever, ever be talked about, never be used for a racing simulator, or a game, for that matter, and has taken a personal grudge against, say, Ian Bell, and just completely not given the game I wouldn't even say a fair shake. It hasn't given the game a shake. That's like if you went to the market and bought a box of energy drinks that you've never had before, and your favorite energy drink was Red Bull. You go, well, I'm going to compare this energy drink to my favorite Red Bull can, and you open up the box to the cans, and you stop there. You know, that the cardboard, the glue that held the cardboard together, that paper cardboard, it was just a little too gluey. It wasn't really a good, authentic experience to what Red Bull's boxes are like. So, just don't buy this energy drink. Clearly, that was a personal waste of time for me. I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss and reset my brain. I'm not going to sleep tonight from, you know, the problem, here's the thing, Matthew, I would love to do something like that where I review people's reviews, but I would very quickly become enemy of the state because I am who I am. You've seen the little bit I've said about other people in the past when I think they react poorly to a situation. Now, here's the thing. Here's why I don't want to necessarily do that. He might be a very, very respected person in the community, and he might be a nice guy, right? So that there, to completely judge someone that I don't really pay attention to on that particular moment, that video, would be me not giving him a fair shake. And I try and give everything a fair shake. So while that review was, while that video was terrible because it was not a review, he may also do really good content and give other things fair shakes, and he's approaching this particular game from a personal level where he doesn't like Ian Bell. So while I would love to just go on here and roast people's content, I also, to me, that's the same thing as hit piecing a video game, talking about something I don't like, you know? I agree with you, Oils, like that. If you had any experience driving a car, you'd be able to, like, you could, here's the thing, looking at his comparison from an honest perspective, which is something that I would never compare, but giving it a fair shake, I would say PMR needs to buff their audio cue, meaning when you're blipping, because in a real car, if you're doing that in a real car with something that has any level of a louder exhaust where you can hear it, you would hear the exhaust going whop, 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 but the car's not really going anywhere. You're not even feeling it in the car because the car is in way too high a gear and too low of an RPM to have any level of response. However, the engine's going to load up, so it's still going to make noise, right? So it'll go wob, 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 wob. That would be my honest sound. But that's what it would do. So I would say, yes, if PMR was off right there, their audio needs to be a bit more responsive. But the car itself was reacting to it. It just wasn't making any sounds. You know? But, like, I just don't know what to say. Truly, I don't know what to say. I don't even know how to react to that. I mean, genuinely, the first probably 5 minutes of that video, I agreed with him the whole way through. The whole way through. Word for word. Everything he didn't like that the car was doing, and when he referenced his other points, I agreed. It felt like a fair shake. And then it was like he just drove that BMW off a cliff into the land of confusion and completely stopped. Whatever. Here's the thing. I know for a fact how I am and how I say things and how I critique things. If I ever went down the rabbit hole of watching other people's content and roasting them, I would be massively successful from a viewership standpoint, and also massively black flagged and hated in the community. Hated by everybody. But I would get views, and it would be successful from a YouTube standpoint. But in a real world morality standpoint, I'd be very disappointed with myself. But if that's what I got to review, I mean, I don't even have to try. All right. Let's go have an aneurysm. All right. What was it that I wanted to do before that I completely forgot about now because my brain lost a few IQ points? Something about GT cars. Oh, that's right. Eagles, I think you're still in here. Let's see. Eagles was sending me some GT files to test his cars. All right, let me download it from Discord. No, MX-5s are rear-wheel drive oil slick. They are rear-wheel drive. But it doesn't matter because they don't make enough power. They are such a hard car to lose control of because they don't make any power that it almost doesn't matter which direction or which wheel drive they are. Where is it? Eagles download. No, they've never been front-wheel drive oil slick. They've always been a rear-wheel drive car. Like, by no means do I want to attack that guy's personal life. But, like, there's no way that guy has any level of real car driving experience. Like, first of all, I would never think to do that test because that's not a test of anything. But to not be able to identify the differences and why that was the way it was the part to me that's really like the alarming part. I just closed out the stupid YouTube. Hold on. Why'd y'all make me watch that? You know, how dare anybody in the sim racing world call me clueless. It's a fun thing to disagree with me. That's totally fine. Totally accept people disagreeing. That's humanity. That's natural. That's good. People should disagree. But the average person in chat who hasn't even gotten out of college yet has more driving experience than based off what I just heard. Anyway, all right, where did this file go? Let me do this quick. Get my beautiful face on screen here. I can do some file swapping. All right, where did he say to put this? Goes into My Games, Project Motor Racing. And then save game 1. Cut. Paste. All right. Let's see what that's like now. I'll test the GT Viper in Daytona in a second, Grumps. I'm back on the GT testing now. I just want to do a quick comparison of Eagle's car versus the game's car. All right, let me use my educated car brain here and get into a car that I think should be responsive in real life. Well, first of all, let me make sure this modded car is here. All right, GT1. Don't see it. Oh, wait, I think it's a setup. Wait, is that a setup? I actually don't know. Just colors. Maybe it's a setup. Let me check quick. Hold on. I want to make sure I install his mod right. Hold on. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Mods. Cut. Paste. Alright, let's see now. Try that now. If that doesn't work, then I'll just test the stock cars. That's, you drop that folder you sent me, that zip file, Eagles, you put that in the mods folder, correct? Because that's what I just did. This is what sucks. I would love to clip that and make that into a summarized video, summarizing his, but I just don't want to put a hit piece out on the guy. I don't. If people watch that, here's the thing. If people watch that, look at the comment section. If people watch that video and thank him for his honest review, I'm just going to just stick to my own little sane little world over here. Because clearly people are going to disagree with what I make, so. Where is the car then? The modded variant, because it's... I put the folders in the... I put the zip file in the... So you sent me 2 files. I put the zip file in mods, and then I put the other individual file in the save game 1 folder. Where should the car be? Because shouldn't it be on the back end over here? Oh, right in front of my face. Never mind. Right in front of my face. All right, so let's do this quick. Let's take the real car around the track. We're not going to do Bathurst because I need to drive a track that I like can somewhat push a pace on. That's a track. Screw it, we'll just try Bathurst. Yeah, I saw it, Eagles. I'm brain dead. I gotta restart my brain. I need some jumper cables for it. Alright, vehicle setup. What, your mod, what tire does it run? You recommend running your tires on? Because that's what I'm gonna run this car on. No, I know. But that's what I want to show people. I want to show people your modded car versus the stock car. I think you said yours is on mediums. Alright, mediums it is. Alright, default car. Or game car. He's a little high after the honest review. Yeah, exactly. I could load your setup, but I want to compare your modded car to the default car that everybody has access to. God, the rear end is just... There's not a lot of rear end grip in these GTs. I have no complaints about the front end grip. Braking, no complaints. Zero. It's all the rear of the car. Like right that, like... The front's great. The front is actually substantially better than AMS2's. The rear is... It's just not balanced, that's the thing. Like the AMS2 car feels balanced to where you could lose front or rear grip, whereas this feels like you have a great front grip and no rear grip. I obviously went into that too fast, but I'm just trying to drive the car in an aggressive manner. It would not let me downshift. The shift protection sucks. I'm coming down that hill going, and it won't let me go into second gear. It's alright, this is technically an outlap, we don't care. I'll try a little bit better to get around the track on the lap that's actually counting the time. I really like the way this car feels, with the exception of the rear grip. Now, what that comes down to from a coating standpoint, I couldn't tell you. I can just tell you that if I had to put this in real car talk, it's like I have an actual slick on the front end, and I'm on street tires on the back. Considering my tires are warm. Try and focus on a lap now. Yeah, that's fine. That's not a big deal. Joining the lobby. I'm not doing any lobbies at the moment, though, so you'd have to wait till tonight. What did I just watch for a video, man? If you guys want me to review more videos like that, I'll consider doing them live, but I'm not going to make dedicated hit piece videos. That's just not in my nature. I'm not trying to hurt anybody, but... And by all means, too, if I'm ever doing that where I'm reviewing someone and you think I'm wrong about my take on someone else's take, please address me. I want to be called out when I'm wrong. Or at least, at the very least, give you the opportunity to call me out, and then we can have a debate. Because clearly no one's calling him out. Nobody. The entire comment section is, wow, that game is terrible. Man, you're the best. Be my baby's daddy. Not be this loose in the rear. Are we gonna spin out at the exact same spot? I'm never gonna get a lap in, guys. I'm never gonna get a lap in. We have to complete a lap. We have to record a lap. I just don't trust the car now. Now I'm driving like a sissy because I don't trust the car. Turn 1, I'm already down a quarter second from my last lap. But I also believe I am a proponent of community vote gets the decision. Meaning, if I think that this is wrong, right? Like I don't like the way this car drives, and I think it's inaccurate as well. But if the community disagrees and says no, they want this car, then I don't think they should change it. Wrong or right, I don't think it should be changed. If the people who want to play the game want the car to be one way, and that's the majority vote, that's how it should be. You cater to your audience, especially when making a video game. If 16 people want to drive the car and 1,600 people hate it, or vice versa, which do you go with? The few people or the majority? You always go with the majority. You gotta make money somehow. You gotta sell your game, you know? First few minutes of his review, perfectly fine. I agreed with him 100%. Everything he was complaining about, I agree. Everything he said, I know for a fact the GT3 experience in iRacing and LMU right now is better. I agree. But then we got down this rabbit hole of shitting in my hand and throwing it at people. Alright, so we did 2:06.1, which is actually faster than we went in AMS2. Which tells me the car is faster, but I trust it more in AMS2. Interesting. So that was that was a relatively relaxed pass, too. That was not me pushing it. That was me not trusting the car. I went almost 2:05. So I was 0.8 of a second faster than the AMS2 car. But I was more confident in the AMS2 car. Alright, so let's try... This is the advantage, guys. For all the console players watching right now, this is where computer can be fun. Now we're in a completely not game accurate car. Let's see what it does. This car could suck. I haven't driven it yet. This is the first time. It's already got more grip. It's also got a... Does it make more power? The exhaust, it's the exhaust note or the engine sound, everything is higher pitched, like it's making more power. Oh yeah, you could really push. I'm rolling out of the throttle naturally because I'm expecting it to spin, and it's not. Oh god, this is ridiculous, man. I'm underdriving this car so much because I'm driving it after driving the last car. I'm hitting the inside wall. Dude, this car has so much grip, it's insane. I hit the inside wall expecting to understeer. Eagles, what have you done? Jesus! It turns in so easy. I'm expecting understeer right there, and it doesn't understeer. Dude, it turns in insane right now. Look at this. Dude, it drives so ridiculous. So ridiculous. Oh, man. All right, let's go. Let's actually try a lap now. It's going to take me several... I could easily go into the ones with this car. 100%. I'm going to have to learn how to drive it there, though. But this car will absolutely go into the ones. With my same level of driving. Let's see. Let's just turn the wheel. No. Look at that. Look at that. This is insane. Dude, this is just... This feels like an arcade game now, but I don't care, it's fun. I gotta practice, like, turning when, like an F1 car. Turn when you're supposed to turn, not before. This is basically an F1 car. I'm still turning in too soon. I haven't lifted. I had to lift right there. I don't think I had to. I think I couldn't drive the car. Look at this. This is ridiculous, man. This is an F1 car. It looks fake. It literally looks fake. I would have to relearn how to drive this car because I can go so much faster. Driving the real car is what's slowing my brain down right now. Yeah. Just cut 17 seconds off my lap time. And I'm under driving it. This car is ridiculous. This is the modding community, folks. Can I drive it with one hand? You've only added 10% grip? Jesus. You can just eat in that turn. I'm just going to push it, since this lap is not exactly a time. Screw it. That was still faster than the real car. Need for Speed, anybody? That's how you win in Need for Speed. You just ride the walls. I just glitched the game. The entire game stuttered because it just had this irrational, like, level of... Oh, is our first actual slowdown from hitting. This is ridiculous. All right, I gotta get out of this before I lose my mind. That was good. That was good. Modding is fun. So I just found all the official tire stats and put them into the config. So hold on, let me ask you this though, real quick. From a tire standpoint, which is more accurate? The way the car was or that modded car? And that's directed at you, Eagles, but everybody else is willing to obviously answer that as well. Just from a tire standpoint, not the rest of the car. All right, let me get in the Viper now and do what's his name's test. Oh, this way, I forgot. Right in front of my face. Gotta go red. Is it even a Viper if it's not red? Or blue? All right, Grumps, when you wanted me to test this, what specifically did you want me to test? If I can just drive this car around? I agree. I definitely agree that from a pure tire grip standpoint, the default car is incorrect in the rear end. The front end grip feels great in the GT car. The rear end grip is where I have my problem. I don't, either that or it's one of those things where regardless of the matter is the balance isn't there. So either the rear grip is correct and it's got too much front grip and the car just kind of sucks to drive, or the front grip is accurate and there's not enough rear grip to match the front grip because the car is just not balanced. Mind you, I've only really driven the Aston since the most recent updates. So we'll see how this car drives. Braking coming off the start, finish oval section. Gotcha. So I assume you're losing the rear end? I believe this is default car too. Okay. Yeah, this is all stock. This I believe is what's his name's? Holy crap, wow, you can actually see the car lower. We're talking about third gear though, Ro. Alright, so let's try this. That's not a good sign. With all due respect, Ro, and I mean this respectfully, have you ever driven any variants of real Vipers? Vipers I have been passenger. I wished, because I've never driven it. I don't think I ever could drive it. But I have been passenger to my buddy's literal 1800 horsepower Gen 5 Viper. And it's on 18s in a basic drag radial. Second gear, matting it. Now, mind you, it's not putting 1800 down, but it's putting way more power down than any of these cars. And it just eats and goes. Now, I wouldn't road race that car, obviously. But straight line grip, it's insane what a Viper can actually put down for power. It's insane what a Viper can put down for power. So let me just see something here. So in his car, this car doesn't have any RPM. Yeah, that doesn't feel authentic right there. Not so much the breaking the tires free part, but the fact that it kept sliding after I had let off throttle, it just kept on going. That I don't agree with, because look at our tire temperature. We're not exactly warm right now. Or cold right now, sorry. So like right here, it didn't really affect anything, but in a straight line, this car should not spin in second right there. Vipers are like magic, by the way, in real life. The grip, this is, yeah, there's no grip right here. What is going on? I am like in almost a coasting situation. There's just no grip. Well, let's see how it handles the bus stop. That's very, very weird. Because I'm not on throttle, it's on coast, and I'm just sliding at a... I don't know. That doesn't feel right. least I was able to save it. By the way, I don't drive this car. I really don't drive GT car. The only car I really drive in the GT class is the Murcielago. It's the only one, in my opinion, in its default form feels pretty good. Feels balanced. Rear of the car, there's just nothing there. This is insane. I'm not even kidding when I say that right now I'm holding like 20% throttle. Like I'm barely above coast right there. And there's just not, it's just not gripping up. Tires are nuclear right now too. I actually don't mind the braking. Again, I don't think the issue with these cars is the front. That isn't ridiculous. Like I'm telling you from like my perspective of realism based off of my real, mind you, I don't drive these particular cars, but I've driven similar street car variants. The grip that I just felt in Eagle's car was the opposite direction of what I would call realistic. It had way too much grip. It didn't feel authentic. This is just as egregious, but in the opposite direction. And by the way, this is one of my favorite cars in AMS2. One of my favorite cars in AMS2. So driving it in this is actually rather disappointing, I'll be honest with you. I'll get in that next. First, let me try this. Rear end! Can't even like do a basic roll into the throttle there when you're coming into the straight. That just does not feel good at all. Does not feel good at all. All right, let me try the exact same thing in AMS2. I just watched it, English. I just watched that video. Should have been here. Bro, there's no reason to get offended. That's why I said respectfully. I'm just telling you that the cars have more grip in real life. I promise you. I'm not trying to offend you, not trying to get you all pissed off. But, like, this is what I'm talking about with, like, conversations and debates. People need to be able to, like, accept that you're not an idiot if you're wrong about something. I'm wrong about things. But I can tell you, I have been in some serious Vipers. Serious Vipers. And what's incredible about a Viper is its ability to do things that almost no other rear-wheel drive car can do from an overall grip standpoint. Like, I'm talking, he's drag raced that car with that power on 18s. Mind you, it doesn't leave like a top fuel car, obviously, but it's once he puts it in second gear, he's to the boards and he's out. First gear, he has to try to drive it out because it makes 1,800 horsepower, you know? But a Viper, what is that car? Hold on, it's right here. 638 horsepower. So 1/3 the power. By the way, this is one of my favorite cars in this game. I love this car. So let's take it around Daytona quick. Where are we at? July, noontime, sunny. I mean, in my opinion, Grumps, the entire class needs some work. The GT class. The problem is that people... Well, I shouldn't say the problem, but a lot of people like the class, so... You know... Alright, we're gonna run the default car. Which I would... Well, I mean, we're on Daytona, I guess, so... Oh, yeah, I forgot. Gotta fire this bad boy up. Also, it sounds legit. Hold on, wait, we gotta do Dave Cam's test. Oh, no! It's not going anywhere, man. AMS2 is just gotta get with it. Right? Did I do it right? Did I do the test right? Hold on, 4th gear. Get about 3,000 RPM. Yeah. It's not authentic. Not authentic. Anyway. Oh, come on. One thing about AMS2, though, it is not like the grass and PMR. You get in the grass, you might as well be in the snow. You cannot move. See how that car just gripped up on cold tires? It hazed through 1st gear, caught 2nd, went burp, and then went straight. And that's not... Oh, boy. Now I'm not driving. Alright, let's warm the tires up and do this the right way. Stop being an idiot. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. A lot less grip in the front in this than in PMR. I wish we could do a pre-warm in this. Actually, I think I can. I don't remember. It's been a minute. I don't remember. Brake markers are different than PMR. Numerically, I was braking at the same marker, but I was definitely not the same marker right there. This is, I don't have AMS1. I don't. The audio of this car sounds incredible by comparison, though. That's true, too. You're right. Almost like turbos are definitely more responsive than NA cars. Yeah, I got... The front grip is so much less than in PMR. But yeah, I don't have any complaints about the PMR front grip. It's the rear grip. We have like no front grip by comparison to PMR. Alright, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not driving this car very well to prove a point, am I? Though I do normally drive this car on softs. I suppose I could try them both on softs and see how much more grip we get. Alright, so drop it 2 this time. unfortunately, run softs and max rear wing. It's just not a good Daytona setup, though. Yeah, that's the reality of it. A lot of the rear grip is tied to downforce in these sims. Yeah, we just got our front grip sucks. The problem is this, guys, like, you know, there's as many people that don't like the way the GTs drive in PMR right now in terms from a grip level. There's an equal amount that like it. So what do you do? From a programming standpoint, what do you do? You know? I don't know the answer for that. Realistically, it's might be one of those things where test the waters out. Throw a little extra grip at the tires, see how the community responds. Oh wow, it's already 3 o'clock. I'm probably going to be getting off here in a minute. I didn't realize what time it was. That's a bummer. So much left to talk about and test. Yeah, I can't get the front to grip up much in this car right now. I'm fine with the rear in this right now. Front is just a mess. But overall, though, here's the thing. I actually don't think it has much more rear grip than PMR. I just think that the car is better balanced. It doesn't have any front grip to match the lack of rear grip. So it feels better. It feels like, okay, that's how I got to drive this car. But in PMR, the front grip dominates the rear grip. So I'd hate to say pull grip out of the front of the tires, you know. But at least the car will feel balanced, you know. I'd recommend just putting a little bit of extra grip in the rear tires of the GTs. Just a little bit. Don't go over the top and make it so the cars are on rails. But just a little bit to kind of get them to a point where you can push confidently. Get out of this. All right. Let's try one thing real quick in PMR, and then I'm calling it. And then we'll be back on again at 11 o'clock tonight to do open lobbies in PMR. What did I just watch, man? What is that video? Oh, befuddled. Befuddled. All right, we're not going to go for a setup that I know is going to be fast. We're going to do this. Softs, minimum rear tire pressure, Maximum rear wing. See if we get this car to grip up at all anymore. I will say, though, visually, this looks a lot better than AMS2. I don't know why anybody says AMS2 looks better. It does not. This car's audio is pretty bad, though, by comparison to AMS2. You just don't even know if you're, like, actually revving the car out. I mean, Vipers in general don't ever sound like they're spinning a whole lot of RPM because they're not. But, like, this does not sound what near 7,000 RPM sounds like in a real Viper. It's just very underwater. But this car is way more drivable now from those couple things, from a rear end standpoint. But I can already tell you on this track it's going to be a slower lap time. Because it's all straights, and I'm going way slower in the straights right now. Try something. Nope, I didn't want replay. Turn a pit. Vehicle setup, tires. Kill these two. Alright, so... I definitely think the DB9 is an easier car to drive than this Viper. This will go slower, though, Grumps, on Daytona. This is what I would run for Bathurst. This is like a base setup that I would do for Bathurst or something where... Or maybe not even Bathurst, because there's still a lot of straights there. This setup here is going to kill you in the straights. You're not going to go anywhere, but you got grip. Look how much braking improved by lowering the tire pressure. I probably could have gotten the brakes even harder right there. Pushed it a little deeper. Tire pressure is so OP when it comes to its control. Like, but it does too much in my opinion. A couple pounds of tire pressure gives you an insane amount of grip, but completely kills your top end. Which, yes, those are the real life effects of tire pressure, but I feel like a couple pounds, that it's doing too much. If I was lowering it 10, 15 pounds, that's a different story. Not 3. What did I do with the Viper on AMS2? This car feels so slow right now. .148. So I think we went 146. Love being pit maneuvering the strength. Ranch is so much. Yeah. All right, I gotta get off here. We're way past my time. Not way past, but a good 20 minutes past. So, I'll be back on tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be doing open lobbies. I think Jester's getting on at probably 5 or so in probably 2 hours maybe. So I don't. These are typically my times, 11 and 11. I like those slots. They work for me, and they seem to work where I'm in between other people's times too. So. Anyway, 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to go process other things in my life so I can get over the video that I just watched. But feel free to clip that if you want. I'm not going to spread the hit piece stuff, but I can't stop people from spreading what's out there because I'm not deleting this video. So anyway, folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the likes. Thanks for watching. And wow. I just don't know how to process still. See you guys later.